have not registered yet, please go outside immediately after opening session, write your name, email, school down, and give the $5 because we now have change for everybody that has larger bills. And then the last thing I'd like to say is during Block 1, there will be a chapter president's meeting inside the lobby with Juliana Jones. And now I would like to introduce Juliana Jones to a few brief announcements from the state and national level.
Hi everyone, how's everyone doing today? I really love the SER Fall Monday because this was actually my very first convention in 2009, back when I was a freshman, kind of where this amazing love for JSA began. So this is an amazing event. I just want to give a round of applause to Monica and her entire cabinet. And I also really want to give a round of applause to the president. So if you're a chapter president, can you please stand up and can you please applaud you? They don't get enough credit, but they do so much to make sure that people come to these events and are as great as they are. Now with that, I have a few announcements from the state and national level. We're trying really hard this year to be a little bit more technologically innovative. So this entire event is live streamed online to the internet right now. So if you turn around, you can see yourselves, you can wave. Yes. We're trying to increase our viewership. So if you know you're going to be speaking in a debate in this room, you should pass it on to your friends. Like, hey, you can tune in on YouTube and watch them speak. So hopefully with this we can kind of expand our audience beyond just the people who are in this room right now. Also, we have an app for both iPhones and Androids. It's jsa-socal.appspot.com. And this is really cool because the entire agenda for every single one of our events this year will be on the app. So I tend to lose my agenda every single time. So it's really helpful that I can pull it up and not be shamed for the rest of the convention. So really take advantage of that, and you'll also be getting a lot of news updates on this buzz. Also, how many of you guys were at FLC? Woo! Yes, go FLC. At the FLC, we were really fortunate to have the California Secretary of State, Deborah Bowman, come and speak with us. And she was incredible, and she talked about this My Vote mock election program. How many of you guys know that you're going to be having My Vote at your high school campuses? All right, I hope that's every high school in the room. Basically, it's a mock election, and you register, they send you all the materials, and you'll be able to carry it out. And then hopefully what we'll be able to do is pull together what the junior state of America, what presidents, what senators, etc. they're going to pick. So really excited for that. Also, our two other national activism initiatives are debate watch parties and voter registration drives. So who's had a debate watch party? Yeah! All right, who's had a voter registration drive? All right, hopefully we'll be able to get some more. So if you want any more information about that, please come talk to me. And this is kind of great because it's taking the impact of our organization beyond just a debate club, but truly political awareness and political activism. All right, Fall State. Who's coming to Fall State? Yeah? Okay. Fall State. Get really excited. So, who knows what's going to be new at Fall State this year? Wait, yes, Sabrina.
Oh, a mock trial?
Yes, there's going to be a mock trial program. So, in the past days, they had a mock trial program and it kind of fell flat, but we're reviving it, bringing it back, and there's going to be JSA alumni in the area who are going to be kind of helping us out. So I'm really excited to see how this is going to work out. Also, we're going to be interviewing people for our youth advisory boards with different congressmen in the area. Where's Daniel Reed? Yes, if you want more information about that, you can go talk to him. Also, we're going to be having a debate offline. So I know a lot of times in debate, you're sitting there and the speaker says something absolutely absurd and you know it's false, and you just you want to go rip them apart in a nice way, of course. And so what you can do is you can text the debate department, and they'll text back and check all the facts. So in live time. So if someone says something, you can text them, come up, and kind of rebut their points. So I'm really excited to see how this is going to work out. All right, and then lastly, how many for you it's your first JSA convention? All right, so few. I know a lot of times when you come to a JSA convention, hopefully you'll really enjoy the experience you have today, and you'll want to be more involved with your state. So we've designed some opportunities for you that you can be a part of if you're on a cabinet or on chapter board or whatever. Namely, we have a state and national newspaper. And what's really cool about this is that if you write for the national newspaper, which is the junior statement, your piece will automatically be in consideration to hopefully be published in the Huffington Post. So this is an incredible opportunity. So again, if you have any questions about anything I just said, please come talk to me. And I'm really looking forward to today. And thank you so much for your attention. Thank you.
Today, our keynote speaker is Dr. Dave Peters. Dr. Peters teaches at Ballot University, and he specializes in political science and public administration with a special emphasis on the public sector. Dr. Peters has served 6 terms on the La Miranda City Council, which is about 24 years, and has been the mayor of La Miranda for 6 years. So if we could all give a warm welcome to Dr. Peters.
I'm told that as an organization, all of you are highly appreciative of this great American document, the United States Constitution. I would like to begin by asking you, how many of you have read the American Constitution? How many of you have read the Constitution within the last month? Wonderful. This is excellent. What I want to do here this morning is to tell you some things about the Constitution that you may or may not already know. The Constitution was written in the summer of 1787. At that time, the United States had existed 160, well, it had actually had the first permanent English colony in America. It was established in 1607. And the Constitution was written 181 years later in 1787. So what I'm going to do is talk a little bit about the setting, the context, and the environment of the American Constitution and bring it up to the present day. It is unique that I am speaking English today. Why am I not speaking French, German, or Dutch? Do you know why? The English, who were latecomers to the New World, predominated. Well, the reason is the English brought women with them. And we know what happens when men and women get together. And so it wasn't very long until the English soon outnumbered the Spanish, the French, and the Dutch, who actually, in exploring America, came first. The English came for religious freedom. And so they came for the purpose of not just adventure and wealth, but they came to make their lives and their home here. And they very quickly, of course, outnumbered others. During that 181-year period from 1607 to the writing of the Constitution in 1787, the colonies had developed a tradition. The tradition is called common law. Common law predominated in Britain. And so as American citizens, they considered themselves citizens of Britain. And so we have some terms in the American vocabulary that you will recognize immediately. For example, cops, constable on patrol, is where we get from the British tradition. Another would be to ensure prompt service, tips. You were riding a stagecoach and wanted to be assured that at the next stop you would be given something to drink and eat. relieve yourself, you would give a tip to the president. And then if a man was caught in adultery or fornication with another man's wife, it was not uncommon on the town common to place that man in stocks. The sign was put above him for uncommon carnal knowledge, whereof we get terms used to communicate the first letter of each word for uncommon carnal knowledge today. In 1774, the First Continental Congress was held in Ballot in 1775 by Second Continental Congress. It was the Second Continental Congress that, after the signature of the British, wrote the Declaration of Independence. And England was the mother country. But at times she treated us like a stepmother. And so, therefore, the Second Continental Congress declared war. And we actually went to war against our mother, England. And over the next, that was in 1776, the Constitution, or the Declaration of Independence was signed. And we actually existed upon winning the war. The war started in 1776. We fought the war in 1781. Armistice was signed, and from 1781 to 1783, we engaged in a negotiation for what our relationship with England would be. And so it was during that time of the war that the colonists from the 13 colonies gathered together, and they had to come up with some kind of document that would express what they were about and what they were going to do. Now, these were people who were well educated. These were individuals, the colonists put a premium on education. And so we get the IB schools, IB Roman numeral for the four IB schools are Harvard, Yale, Columbia, and Princeton. And so those institutions were established in large measure for the colonists to be able to study theology and they were intellectually oriented, they wanted education, and so those IB schools were established, and the Articles of Confederation were established. The Articles of Confederation were inadequate, and let's look at some of the reasons why they were. While at war with the British, these 2.5 to 3 million people selected individuals to come up with the Articles of Confederation. The Articles of Confederation were inadequate. Here's what the Articles look like. Each state had one vote in one house legislature, so it wasn't weighted for proportionality of the population. There was no provision for a separate national executive or judiciary, much less the coinage of money. So we started a nation without an executive, without a judiciary, and so that was the Congress had a limited number of powers, but the approval of 9 states was required in order for it to become reality. Significant among the lacking powers was the power to tax, the power to regulate commerce, or the currency, or the power to make its laws directly applicable to the people without further state action. So this new young nation had begun. And so from 1783, the American Revolutionary War until 1787, they functioned under the Articles of Confederation. And things just weren't going well. They needed war. And so, Second Continental Congress called for delegates, much like you are here, to come to Philadelphia, a central location in the northeastern states and the lower southern states. In Philadelphia, central location. So they sent their delegates there, and those delegates gathered, and it ended up there were 55 men that came. And So they were authorized by the Second Continental Congress to revise the Articles of Confederation. Are the doors locked? Are the windows locked? When they decided that they weren't going to revise the Articles of Confederation, they scrapped them, and without authorization, determined they were going to come up with a new document. And so, for 3 months, those 55 men from the 13 colonies gathered, talked, debated, as you're going to do here, and began to write. And they came up with the Constitution which governs us today. The Constitution is made up of approximately 5,000 words and is divided into 7 articles. And the first article, Article number 1, takes up half of the words of the Constitution. And that is dealing with the legislative branch. They used as the principle demos kratia. That's Greek for demos, the people, kratia, rule. The people rule. And so the legislative branch was the vital democratic representative branch that they were most concerned with. At that convention, the Constitutional Convention, they elected George Washington, who was one of the richest and most revered men in America. George Washington was unusually tall. He had a pockmarked face. He was a graduate of William and Mary College. And he also had the wisdom to marry the richest widow in Virginia, Martha Custis. And so he, of course, was chosen to become the director and commander of American Revolutionary Forces. So when we won the American Revolutionary War, and then he was a representative of delegate to Philadelphia in December 1787, he was chosen as the chief executive of that Constitutional Convention. And he was a commanding individual. He was not known for his scholasticism or his intellectual brilliance, but he was a man's man. He was well educated. He was very deliberate and thoughtful. He was very aware that he was a model, like many of you are, to the people around him. And he knew that this was the first time that the country was going to be led by an executive. And he was very reflective, very thoughtful, and wanted to be a superb, exemplary example of what a leader should be. So, the 15 men that gathered, the 55 men that gathered there did so, and they wrote the Constitution. And this is the first Constitution in the history of the world. No other Constitution in the world is older than ours. And they created a new form of government. They created a federalism. What is a federalism? Can someone here define for me federalism? Well, while you're thinking about it, just think of this. Federalism involves one people with 2 layers of government over them. They had 1 layer because all of the 13 colonies had written a constitution. But that was a state or colonial constitution. And so their natural inclination was to write a constitution that was over the state constitutions. And that's what they were proceeded to do. Now, the English influence is tremendous in our Constitution. For example, the English had the Magna Carta, 1215. They had the Habeas Corpus Act, 1679, and they had the Bill of Rights in 1689. And so all of that, ultimately, because the colonists that experienced it, they wanted that incorporated into this new 5,000-word document. And so, a federalism was born, and the first national constitution in the history of the world was established. And now, today, many of the countries in the world emulate us in the fact that we have a single, separate its own words, our Constitution says it is the supreme law of the land. However, it includes the opportunity to be continually adapted to new problems, principally through amendment and judicial interpretation. Thus far, our Constitution has been amended 27 times, and 10 of those were the first 10 amendments. When they sent the document out to be approved by the states, they realized they had not come up with the protections of the people from the government. That is, the no-nos of the government. The government could not do these things to them. And that's the Bill of Rights that came in one fell swoop shortly after the Constitution was implemented. So we're at that flexibility. Let's think for a moment about the 55 men who were there that morning, or that summer. The framers of the Constitution were generally men of wealth. They were well-fed, well-read, well-bred. Most of them had some college education. 7 had been chief executives of their states, 33 were lawyers, 8 were businessmen, 6 were planters like George Washington, and 3 were physicians like Dr. Benjamin. It was a relatively young convention, with Benjamin Franklin being the oldest. He was 81, and that's like being 100 years old today. And the youngest was 26, with the average age being 43. The men that gathered there that summer in 1787 believed in one thing. They believed in the depravity of man. They believed that man is a sinful creature, and therefore they must come up with a structure of government that would get around that inclination of people to react like English and to do things that we are sometimes doing. And so they came up with the twin theories of government. Twin theories of government are separation of powers and what is the other? Checks and balances. In other words, they divided government up into the legislative, executive, and judicial, and then they required the approval of some things by the other branches. So that is checks and balances. That was new, although the idea for separation of powers came from Montesquieu, who was a French publicist. The convention became deadlocked over the Virginia plan. Now, Virginia was the most populous of the 13 states, and they favored the large states. Then there was little New Jersey, and their plan, supported the small states. And so, to resolve the impasse, the Connecticut Compromise took place. And Connecticut suggested that we have not a unicameral legislature, but by golly, let's have a bicameral legislature. Let's have a 2-tier legislature like the House of Lords and the House of Commons in England. And so this satisfied the varying factions, and the Connecticut Compromise was implemented. The second compromise was over the slave trade between the North and the South. Under that compromise, all slaves would not be counted as a whole person, but rather as 3/5 of a person, for reason of apportionment of the House of Representatives. Some people say the American Constitution is the greatest document ever struck off by the brain or mind of man, by the brain or hand of man. But actually, it was flawed, and that is an example, because slavery was permitted, and later we fought the American Civil War. The American Civil War is the darkest moment in American history. You might say we fought a war to take care of the flaw and the weakness of the American Constitution from 1861 to 1865. And in that war, we lost the most Americans ever, in that war than all the other wars we have fought combined. And that covers the War of 1812, the Mexican-American War, the Spanish-American War, the First World War, the Second World War, the Korean War, the Vietnamese War, the Persian Gulf. So that was a very dark hour, a very sad time in America. We lost our most lives in that war because every time someone dies, paper in there. So later, these 11 secessionist states, the 11 southern states, put together, they formed the United States of America. No mention at all was made in the Constitution of political parties. The colonists did not like political parties. They didn't like the Whigs and the Tories, the British political parties, and so there's not a word said about political parties in the Constitution. That grew up later. But the English heritage of the American Revolution may be, of course, found in our Declaration of Independence, found in our Constitution and the Bill of Rights. The British philosopher John Locke, who was the intellectual patron saint of the American Constitution, believed that all men, maybe not women, were born with natural rights, and that government would not take those rights away from them. As provided for in the Constitution itself, the states had to ratify it. 3/4 of the 13 states, that's 9, had to ratify it and ultimately did. The Constitution was ratified in 1789, 223 years ago. The Constitution has been democratized considerably. The document that we have today is not the same as the one exactly that was there, because it has been modified by amendments and Supreme Court interpretations. Let's just look at some of the examples of the way it has changed. For example, slavery has been outlawed. Former slaves were given citizenship and the right to vote, as well as women were given the right to vote. The voting age has been dropped from 21 to 18 for adult. You are sure thankful, though we still do not have direct popular election of the president. People do not directly elect the president. It's the electoral college, and in a couple of instances, 3 in fact, one, the popular vote and not one the electoral vote. As you know from my introduction, I teach at a private Christian university, Ballot. Therefore, I am very interested in the religious principle of religious freedom. For many years, the United States Constitution has been regarded as the seminal legal document of democracy. Countries around the world hail it as the beacon for human rights. In regards to its legal authority, it is both distributive and restrictive. That is, it both says what can be done and what cannot be done. What is of most importance to the Constitution and the amendments is the freedom it establishes for religious activity. It establishes a neutral public square. And this was basically unseen in the world at that time when it was written, and prior to the formation of the United States of America. Article 6 of the Constitution ensures that no one religion will be seen as superior to the other, and no person shall be judged as fit or unfit for office based on their religious beliefs. This has come to its apex in the 2012, this year's election, where we have 2 Roman Catholics, 1 Protestant, and 1 Mormon on the ballot. No religious test is administered, and conversely, no religious preference is given. Religious liberty is the most sacred of our liberties because it allows a person to decide how best to be a good citizen, as all of you are in the process of doing this morning. If the public square is to be religiously neutral, then no matter what religion or religious conviction one has, even if one desires or denies the purpose of religions and accepts atheism, those who serve in the public square are left to decide how best to serve. Moreover, it establishes the freedom for religion or religious activities in favor of the government. A neutral public square encourages Protestants, Catholics, Jews, and everything in between to pray for government leaders. As an example, 2 weeks ago, a local Baptist minister invited all the locally elected officials to join his Constitution, in spite of being written 226 years ago, has proven to be relevant and applicable through all of these years. May God continue to bless America. Thank you.
Based on the British parliamentary system. Do you think that our system now should be more or less like the current British system?
Oh, it is uniquely its own. It is not like the British. I went to live in Britain 5 years ago, 4 or 6 months in England, and it's very different. And there are people in England who do not like the British system because they still have the system of lords and princesses and barons and all kinds of things. Many people, T.C. Mitt, the common man in the street, does not like that kind of thing. And so we do not, we've gone off on our own as far as being a major exemplar to the world. Unlike the British, there is a certain amount of discontent, and there are some who would like to do away with the monarchy in England because they consider it anachronism and something that's outdated. So we are the exemplar to the world of democracy, and we have our ups and downs, our good things in life. Yes.
Jessica Sheep from the University of High School. Because you're so familiar with the history of the United States, JSO is a group that's talking about voting age.
I wouldn't be particularly in favor of it. I think the amendment that lowered the age, lowered it to the appropriate age. The appropriate age, you're called into service of your country. Your breast may give up your blood to the country. And I feel that to lower it is not going to be profitable because the lowest voter turnout is in the age group from 18 to 26. Those folks vote the least, and there isn't going to be a rapid or fast push to do that, I would suggest. I served for 25 years on this Ballot, and that was an election every 4 years, and then once we gave ourselves an additional year, we changed the date for voting in California Congress. And the youthful vote was very low in turnout. When I ran, 6 elections that I ran, most of the elections had less than 20% turnout to vote. It was most of the people that looked like me and not you.
You spoke a lot about how the foundings of our country were associated with elitism, like Constitution and how it was written. Do you think that the Electoral College is still elitist to this day?
Elitist would not be the word that I would want to use. The reason it was used was really a balancing and temporizing thing. If we base the outcome of the election purely on population, 9 states would decide who the president and vice president would be. And instead, it is modified for geography. I'm originally from Oklahoma. I am a CIO, California Improved. I don't like the fact that the other states would be making decisions for me as a citizen, and I could be, they will look past me. And so the Electoral College is balancing geography and population. The state of South Dakota has 2 United States senators, and there are less than 1 million people in South Dakota. In fact, one of them is my former student, Senator John Mitt. And then California, with over 30 million people, has 2 senators, Barbara Boxer and Dianne Feinstein. And we have over 30 million people. So the Senate is structured for geography, and the House, the lower chamber, is structured for population. So you have to have, everything is coordinately passed. You have to have the approval of the Senate based on geography, and you have to have the approval of the House based upon population. So it's a happy number. Yes.
I'll be first on that last. Can you just talk about being great leader that Steve was a master and a great leader? Do you think the characteristics of the fact that made him a great leader still apply to great leaders today?
Yes, I do. I believe that he, for example, the day that he was inaugurated, he said, I don't know about the rest of you, but as for me, I am going to church to pray for the nation. And so I think that George Washington was a highly moral man, but he wasn't as quick as James Madison, who I say is the intellectual father of American Constitution. James Madison was a little guy who hardly noticed him, but he was very, very bright, and he understood checks and balances and separation of powers. And so I think that we need to choose people that are wise, and you can check them out by have they gone to school, where did they go to school, how did they perform in school, and so we want good, right, thoughtful leaders. And also when I vote for someone, I want someone like George Washington, but I also want a person who is moral and accountable and has life and open and transparency, and you can see who is walking his life. So it's very important who you choose to be our leaders, as they make very decisions. Thanks for the question. Yes.
In Sacramento High School, Thomas Jefferson believed that we ought to rewrite the Constitution from 1910. Would you agree with that?
No, as I said, the people then constitute the total population we estimate is 2.5 million to 3 million. Today it's over 300 million. And doing that, maybe in this era, would be okay. So I would say that I think, that is, it was kind of a firebrand in some ways. So I never could understand his relationship with his slave, Sally Hughes, who was his concubine, and he had 5 children by, he never acknowledged that. And so I have a little difficulty with that. He was a unique ceremonies. Yes.
The previous speaker mentioned Thomas Jefferson. As a president and as a leader, he was known for his humility in office. Do you think that today's leaders should restore a sense of humility to office? Because we are the ones that back elected, and they work for us as a president.
What, sir, do you see as communicating this sense of humility? Why is that?
Well, I think that currently members of Congress, senators, and representatives think a bit highly of themselves. And I think that they think that we work for them instead of vice versa. So I would like to see this. I won't know. I'm not a congressman, so I wouldn't know how to put that across. But just do you think that they need to be more people?
I think I look for humility because when I think it's very easy to go to Congress and get a big win because you are the representative of 700,000 and we pay a congressman $175,000 a year. We really offer $1 million to have staff and so forth, and they can really. I talked to the staff. Mike is congressman's voice for the line, and it's easy for a congressman to let it go to the staff. The attention and deference kind of begging after the Civil War, people who didn't have anything but a canvas or made out of suitcase would go into the South, and they could buy a plantation and they had to pay taxes on it for years. And so they were people not the highest character, and they were just taking advantage of it. So they moved in order to try and improve their lot, many at the expense of other people. And so I am opposed to the Department of Agriculture as a operator colonies. And just to move to an area so that we can run. Now, in England, in the British parliamentary system, they choose different districts, and they don't have to live there. But never in American history has a member of Congress been elected from another district because it's illegal. However, today, you only have to be registered 30 days in order to run. So when everyone announces who's going to be running, they can decide if they want to run or not, and they have the shop at that. And so I always watch when I vote. My congresswoman, Linda Sanchez, actually, I believe, moved out of the district, but she moved into the district, and she won. And so the people voted for her, and she made a swing congresswoman. But that's called private bank. And we like to elect people that know, hear us, wise, and listen. Thank you very much.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so we have prepared a presentation that has details of the presidents and representatives and things of that sort of the fake election I vote from Deborah Bowen. And we're running a little bit behind schedule, so if you could take the time to check out, check out the PowerPoint, it will be on this laptop before you vote. It details the pros and cons of the various propositions, and just a basic outline of the presidential candidates' campaigns and their platforms. So please check that out if you are more knowledge. Thank you. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Election, should we vote?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Be sure to vote at your high school campuses as well as today. You can find the ballots at the reg desk as well as a laptop that has the PowerPoint detailing all propositions. So. We'll start right now. Please have your votes casted by the end of lunchtime. Thank you guys. Please have a walk more.
and it will say all opposed, say nay, and then if they don't want to hear me keep talking, they say nay. Go. And there's no numbers, there's no raising your hand to get a vote. You just have to yell it as loud as you can to get your point across. The way politics really works, you know. And that's basically it for a formal debate. Now I'm going to start getting into how to be a good speaker. I've broken it down into 3 very simple points. And unlike Mitt Romney, I'll actually go into these points. First, be polite. Second, be professional. And third, and most importantly, have a plan to kill everybody you meet. Now that actually makes a lot of sense if you let me go into it. But first, we're going to go with being polite. This is the hardest thing for me to learn. The people that know me, typically these 3 gentlemen, know that I'm really bad at it. Yeah. Yeah. So, and so if you need to run a best speaker gavel, this is determined, by the way, by a vote at the end, where we pass these out and you put your name, school, how well the moderator did, and all that, and the best speaker. So you need to get people on your side. They need to like you. If you come up here and just start throwing racist jokes and like all these horrible things, people aren't typically going to like you. And you need to have them on your side. They need to like you. You need to be a good guy, good girl, whatever you need to do to get those votes. Because then you get this, and that is what we all strive for in JSA, is a plaster wood gavel. Really though, that's what you gotta do. You have to be nice. And in fact, last year at this very school, I made a boo-boo. I didn't do that very well. There is a woman whose name I'm not going to bring up because, you know, it's kind of bad. And we had a debate about elections, how elections should be ran. And I mentioned that we need to get rid of lobbyists, which are basically people who pay money to get a bill put forward. And she said, oh, Sean, lobbyists don't have anything to do with elections, which is wrong. And so I got up for my secondary speech, and I said, okay, I have some problems with you that I'm going to address, which you never do. You never address personal vendettas of people, because that is bad. That causes wars. What she said, I came up and I said for my first speech that I believe everyone in America has some problem with the government, the way it's ran. Would you guys agree in any sense that everyone has some kind of problem? Yes. She gets up and says, Sean, you didn't have any statistics or evidence to prove that. That was a logical fallacy, and you were wrong. I got up and I said, okay, look, clearly that was a hyperbole, but you're too simple-minded to understand that. So I'm going to dumb it down for you whenever you're in the room, okay? I actually got a call from my chapter president saying that I was on probation because I said that. So yeah, you don't want to call out people. You don't want to insult people's intelligence because chances are they're going to So don't ever address someone personally in a negative sense. Don't even allude to it. Like, well, someone came up earlier who had no idea what they were saying, because that's also unprofessional. And that's going to help me segue into our next session. Be professional. This is extremely important. This is why we wear suits most of the time. Because we need to be professional. That's how we get them in debates. I believe somewhere in the agenda, towards the back, are a bunch of rules for how to be a speaker. I'm not sure it is right. This is why I rolled over the debate topics. Yeah, basically, right here, conference decorum. No using cell phones, talking and carrying on-site conversations, shouting or excessively cheering with one distraction, speaking during the speech, either eating or drinking to the point of distraction, leaving trash or papers lying around the room, leaving the room during debate, straying from JSA debate procedures, entering the moderator's shop, and room hopping during debates. Don't do any of that, because that is extremely distracting and it's very rude. Because when you're up here, it's already very nerve-wracking if you're not used to it and you have a good 3-minute speech. Most people don't speak for 3 minutes at a time unless they're giving a speech. And that's very nerve-wracking, and you need to respect that, because this is a nonpartisan organization. What that means is that we're open to all ideas. And we can't have someone come up here who's maybe giving a political bit you don't agree with. We can't have you snickering like, yeah, it's just communist. You can't do stuff like that, because that's rude. It sprays from professionalism. It's not polite, and it's just not classy. And where I come from, San Diego, we focus on classiness. That is our mantra. And so, basically, when you're in the audience, don't speak, unless it's something very short, like, oh, hey, I need you to see yourself. Don't carry on side conversations, because there is a speech going on. And if you have like moderate social skills, you'll know that when one person is giving a speech, that you should typically pay attention. We've been in school for what, like 400 years? The teachers have been saying that all the time. You need to pay attention. Bottom line, pay attention to the person speaking. Like you guys are all doing right now. Except I had like giggling in the back. But I'll forget that. Yeah, and avoid sarcasm, because that's both impolite and unprofessional. Because, like I said, this is the junior statesman of America. This isn't the carnival. You can't just go around, flaunting your funnies. Because this is, that's only like legal way I can actually say that. You can't just go around flaunting your funnies, right? Be professional, because that is the gateway to the gavel, and we all want the gavel. I actually have them hanging on my wall in my room, next to the Declaration of Independence, because America, right? Can we get a round of applause for America? There's no flag in this room. I was going to salute it, but it's in my heart. Anyways, so yeah, and now with professionalism comes intelligent debate, and that means to follow the basic guidelines, such as don't bring morals and ethics into your argument, because morals and ethics is something that differentiates between different societies, different cultures, different nations, different religions, and we've all been brought up with different values. I can just look in this room and see 30 different races right now. That's 30 different ancestors, 30 different pacts or codes we've all followed, and a lot of us still carry things that our ancestors taught us. In fact, in my house somewhere, I think in my dad's room, we have the ancient flood code of ethics for my family. I don't know what it says because it's in the ancient Irish language, but it's probably a lot of stuff about rain. And yeah, so avoid bringing morals, because that is your beliefs, and you can never expect everyone to follow your beliefs, because that's arrogant, and it's ignorant, and we don't want to be ignorant here. No. And so just make sure that don't say, oh, well, we can't have gay marriage because gay marriage is morally wrong. Now, if that's your opinion, that's cool. I don't agree with it, but like I said, this is a non-partisan organization. Don't say it's morally wrong, because this guy might not think it's morally wrong. She might think it is morally wrong, so your argument is not going to apply to everybody, and it's not going to make sense to most people. And that is just going to leave you up there looking like, I don't know, nothing real. Yeah, looking like Sean Flood. And another thing, who here knows what a logical fallacy is? Okay, wow, good thing I'm talking about it. So there's two logical fallacies that occur a lot. There's the non sequitur and the ad hominem. The ad hominem is basically just insulting somebody like I did. Like, if someone comes up and gives a speech and you come up afterwards and say, well, clearly the speaker was wrong because she's so fat. Like, fat people don't know anything. What's she thinking? That's an ad hominem. It's like the lowest plankton tier of stupidity when it comes to debates. So try to avoid that. Don't ever insult somebody, even if you think it's going to be hilarious, because it's probably not going to be hilarious. And it's just going to be rude and petty and childish, and we don't tolerate that here. That's why I've got this, to break it up. And a non sequitur is also known as a slippery slope logical fallacy, and that's using something that has not happened yet as an argument. Now, I know that sounds really like, what the hell, but it makes sense. I'm going to go back to gay marriage, because this is the best example of it. So that, I heard someone once say, if we legalize gay marriage, then soon we'll legalize marrying monkeys, right? You have no way to actually prove that, because that's something that hasn't happened. So avoid using things like if you say, if Barack Obama wins the election, our country will go further into debt. Maybe you have economic facts to prove that, maybe you don't, but you can't use that because it has not happened. You cannot reference a future event in a debate, because it hasn't happened. You know what I mean? You guys knowing my field? Yep. All right, great. Thanks, Evan. Howdy. Anyways, okay, and so at the end of you're getting close to the end of your speech, and let's say you don't have any more points. You've gone it all out before your 3-minute mark or your 6-minute mark. And you have two choices. You can yield your time to the chair, which is the moderator, and all your remaining time is gone. It just kind of dissipates into nothingness. or you can yield it to questions, which means if I just finish my speech and I want to still kind of talk too many points, I can say, all right, that's it, I yield my time to questions. And so, let's say I have a 6-minute timer, and I use 4 minutes speaking, so that's 2 minutes left for questions. So then everyone would raise their hand, and the moderator would select somebody to speak or ask a question. Now, there's some very important rules. You cannot ask a 2-part question. That means you can't go, what do you think of this economic policy and this social policy? You can only ask one question. Unless you say, will the speaker yield to a 2-part question? And he says yes. And you have the option to say no. If he says, will you yield to a 2-part question? You can say no. I don't have time for your questions. I'll only answer one. But typically people will just say yes. And if you're going to ask a question, be intelligent with it. And one thing you need to avoid above all other things, like this will tear a rift in the universe if you do it. Don't say, is the speaker aware of this in your question? That's terrible. That's a horrible, horrible thing to do. And you're probably wondering, well, why? Because everyone does it. It's not cool anymore. It's too mainstream. All right? Don't do it. Be original. Think outside the box. And use your own wonderful, beautiful mind to string together your own way of asking a question. Instead of, oh, is the speaker aware that in Article 5, subsection B, paragraph 4 of this document, that this and this? It just sounds terrible. We have this guy at our high school that does that a lot. He's going to remain nameless. And so, yeah, you don't want to be like him. No one wants to be like him. Except him, apparently. And, all right, now let's move on to the final section. Have a plan to kill everyone you meet. Now, a lot of people are looking at me like, oh, but Sean, I don't want to murder anybody. And that's cool. Honestly, I can't relate to that, but it's cool. But what I really mean by that is to get a best speaker gavel, you need to be the one with the best speech. Not against the other side, but for your side too. You need to not only beat the other side, but everyone who speaks on your side, you need to be better than. You need to be better than the people you're working with. So let's say I'm pro speaking for something, and the con speaker comes up and he counters my points. That's cool, that's fine. His job, your job against your opponent is to counter their points, debunk the facts that they're bringing up if they're not true, and just find various ways to undermine their influence on the audience. Now, if someone gets up before me and speaks pro, and I'm also speaking pro, I need to look at their facts, their arguments, and their statements, and find better ones, so I don't restate their theses. Because you need to be able to surpass them. You can't just regurgitate information that you just heard. Because that happens a lot. It'll be 3 people come up and say the exact same thing. And then the first person who came up will be the best speaker gavel. And that's a terrible debate. And that's why I'm giving this class, so you don't have terrible debates. And because if you have terrible debates, then JSA will fall into nothingness, and singularity will be here. Yeah. That's pretty cool. What I mean by that is you need it's a free-for-all, basically. You need to be number one. It's a sick game of capitalism that you're trapped in. There's no, oh, hey, like, how would you use this argument? Because then you'll lose. And losers are losers. Yeah, it's terrible. No, don't do that. Mark, would you do that? Yeah. You're not a loser, Mark. Anyways. So yeah, and so with that, I'm going to give you some basic things to remember to use in your speeches that will help you. Be sure to have confident posture, looking huddled over and like punching your chest and stuff when you're giving a speech. You're laughing, but people do that. People really do that. And there's another guy at our school who he literally has his phone level with his face when he's giving speeches because his speech is written on it. Like the picture of Obama with the teleprompter just covering his face. It's that every time you speak. And you want to be able to, right here, I have a notebook. Because the most important thing to be a good speaker, above all else, anything. If you're going to take in any information from this, take this. Have notes. A visual representation of your thoughts is vital to being a good speaker. This is just filled with nearly every debate I've ever been in. I would pass this around, but these are really, really weird and vulgar notes. Like, I can't really describe why they're vulgar, they just are. I can't think any other way besides that. So yeah, just, yeah, there you go, that's it. That's all I'm legally allowed to show you. Yeah, always have them, but don't stare down at them. Don't have your phone in your face. Whether you have this or an iPad or an iPod or just a typical phone or something, just have it, look down at it, look back up, memorize a few lines, and just be sure you're prepared. Because if you're just sitting here, just, be sure to have confident posture and hand motions. Give examples, then you're just gonna, it's just bad. You don't want to do it. You're gonna have a bad time. And be sure to gather attention, because if you don't have attention, people are just gonna be talking in their groups. The moderator's gonna be pissed. You're gonna be slamming the gavel constantly, because this guy up here, I don't want to Clint Eastwood right now, but this guy right here can't garner the attention of the audience. And that's bad, because you need to have everyone in here absorbing your knowledge like a bunch of little sponges. You need to just be spraying this knowledge on the audience. And if they're not paying attention, then your point's not going to get heard. You're not going to get voted, and you're going to die alone. Okay? It's as simple as that. You need to get attention. All right? And we're all teenagers. We all want attention. It's obvious. I know. I'm pretty angsty. And there are a few vital elements. You can just leave this class right now and go watch JFK give a speech, because that man is extraordinary. He knows how to give a speech like it's nobody's business. Use things like tone, speak up, and have emotion in your voice. One of the best speakers I know has one problem. He always talks like this. He has no emotion at all. He just continues to say facts and look down and look like that. And he has no arm movement or anything. It's kind of weird. It's kind of like giving a speech from RoboCop. And as cool as it be to have a speech from RoboCop, it's not because he has no emotion. And people are looking at me like, what the hell? Because it's weird to not be having emotion. Be alive. Don't be a statue. You have to be living and vivid and getting attention from people. And you don't have to stand at the podium. You can walk around through people and just get attention. You can touch people's shoulders and their hair and everything. Just anything to get their attention. You can hold up a chair. This isn't necessary. You can just talk to them. Hi, Lauren. You can sit down and read the chat coordinator. High five. There we go. Because if you're just up here not doing anything, and it's gonna be bad. I have no other ways of putting it. It's gonna suck. You're gonna suck. No one's gonna pay attention to you. And like I said, you will die alone. Sad and depressed and wallowed in your own filth. Who wants that? Raise your hand. Besides Mark, because I know he wants that.
You're already taken.
Yeah. All right. And we've all had interesting lives. Not really. A lot of us haven't. But now, one thing I can agree on both the candidates right now is they love telling stories. Like, for every question, Obama has like a novel already ready of things he's done, people he's met. And Romney's got like colleges he's paid for, just all that tax money he's got. And so don't just sit up here and tell me a bunch of stories. I don't care about your stories. I don't care about your cat pittance. I don't care about your life. I really don't. I care about things like Minecraft and Venus. That's what I care about. And if you're going to come up here, give a speech from your gathered insight. You don't need to give me an anecdotal paragraph of what you did and what you learned from this place, unless it's genuinely interesting. And use your best judgment for that. Don't be like, oh, well, I was sitting in Starbucks the other day talking to my friends over a milk and cappuccino, and we were talking about this. Done. I already don't care. It sucks. I'm done with it. But if you're like, I fought through Ukraine with nothing but a handgun and a Dixie cup, and this is my story about that, and how it pertains to the legalization of marijuana, then I'm like, but because of Grant Creator, we're only live stream every day. Thanks, Grant. Anyways, yeah, so really though, and here's another thing, try to stray from humor, just try to stray from it. If you're in the prostitution debate, and you think you have this really bomb sex joke that's just gonna rock the crowd, I'm telling you right now, you don't. You don't have a good sex joke. It's gonna just be uncomfortable, and everyone's, especially women. Women don't like that at all. I mean, right, Mark? Yeah. Yeah. Women, for some reason, don't like sexism or being objectified. I don't get that. I don't know. Yeah. So just know your audience. Like, can you smile, please? Okay, you haven't smiled at all. Okay. You have to make sure you know the audience and you understand them. Because if you're going like a feminist convention, you don't want to be like, oh hey guys, so who brought all the sandwiches? Or some stupid guy joke. Okay, now I know I just said not to tell stories, but I have one. Who wants to listen to it? Okay, that's enough for me. Anyways, so there's this Facebook post about from the National Women's Convention, and they're setting up a convention for promoting feminism, which is cool and all. It's cool to promote any belief you have, especially empowering women because they deserve it. But this dude just commented, "Yeah, I'm here on behalf of the National Women's Society, and who will be providing sandwiches for this occasion?" And my God, if there was a dislike button, like a server would have crashed. It was insane. Yeah, definitely some very minstrel-based anger on that comment board. Sorry, I don't even think we're allowed to talk about that. Anyway, yeah. So I've got a few more notes. But does anyone have any questions at all? All right. Does anyone have any questions? Anyone besides them? What's up, John?
I would like to ask if the speaker lifts.
Do I lift?
Yes.
Like weights?
Yes, correct.
Yeah, sometimes. Why? Do I have sick text problem? Does anyone have a real question? Okay, no. Yes, you, sir, not you, Jerry.
Are you aware of the fact that
I'll give you money for a cab.
that you've been attempting humor this whole time and you were told not to attempt humor?
But what am I trying to tell you there? Isn't there some kind of deep metaphysical understanding that you're just missing?
I don't think so.
Well, then you're clearly not native literature.
Hey, not me.
Well, not really. Are you native literature? Are you a senior?
I'm a freshman.
Okay, see, that's why. Because freshmen don't take into literature courses.
That's not very.
Yes, sir.
How do you decide who speaks first?
For debates, it is always the pro speaker who speaks first. For thought talks, it's genuinely whoever the moderator is.
But if you have more than one pro speaker, do you just ask who wants to go first?
That's a good question. Basically, there is a predetermined main pro and con speaker. If you look at your agendas, it's included in there in the description. They will always speak first, the main speaker, and like I said, they have 6 minutes to give their speech for us.
And then how often do you guys have meetings?
Well, every region, it's kind of a tricky question. Every region has a meeting like this.
I'm talking about at their school.
Oh, at my school in particular, Santiago High School, has a weekly Wednesday meeting, which is a thought talk where you get together and everyone raises their hand and gives their opinion on a topic. Yeah. However, that cannot be the same for various schools. I know some schools meet every other week, some meet once a month, but we have a particularly large chapter, and so it's easy to generate meetings. Thank you for your genuine and helpful question, sir. Jared.
Can you tell me where the live stream is being done? What website?
Website? Probably YouTube. I don't know. There's this lovely gentleman named Grant Crater.
It's YouTube.
Or there's gentleman in the back. What's up? You know?
It's on YouTube.
Thank you. Thank you
Junior
very much.
Statesman account.
Okay. So, any more questions? Real questions? Yes, sir.
How much time are you giving to the audio class?
That's also a very good question. My understanding, I've had exceptions, is that you're given anywhere from 30 seconds to 1 minute. And you can only be given an extension once. So after you're done with your additional minute, no one can say, oh, motion to extend the speaker's time again, because that could lead to just an infinite amount of this person speaking.
You can motion to suspend the rules.
Yeah, you can actually give a motion to suspend the rules and just throw us into anarchy, but the moderator has to approve that. And I'm going to tell you right now, they're not going to approve that, because that means it doesn't have power anymore.
Do you have tips on analyzing the audience so you can
Yeah. You know, honestly, it's all up to your best judgment. So you think, like, you know, this crowd would really not like a racist joke, then don't give a racist joke. You don't just never give a racist joke, no matter what you think the crowd's going to think. It's never going to go well. And, you know, he brought up a good point, like, don't use humor. This isn't a debate, you know? I'm not going to win anything if I do well in this. So I'm going to use humor because I have 50 minutes to burn, not 6. And so, for the Bulls, right? Any other questions? my foot grinding on the podium. Yes.
Did you do
What? What?
Did you do
No, never do that. Give me a second, Shirley. Okay, we have 15 minutes left. Yes, sir. You don't need to, but there is a good chance that someone might ask you a question. That's actually a good point. Another thing to talk about. You may bring up a fact or something in an argument, and someone in the audience would say, so where did you gather these statistics from? Where did you get this information from? And it's good to say, it's good to know where you got it from. So if you're starting Wikipedia, which is a credible source, does anyone else think Wikipedia is a credible source? It's just me. Yeah. Okay. Because teachers are always like, oh, like anyone can go up there and just change it. Like, huh? Yeah. I mean, they can, but like, come on. Yeah. So if you got it from, like if it's about gun control and you got your information from the NRA national website, then be sure to mention that you got it from the NRA national website. Or like PETA, tons of organizations have it. And I'm sure all of you know this because you're all high school students who use Wikipedia. At the bottom of the Wikipedia page, it has all the citations, so that's a good way to find out. And that brings me to another thing. I'm going to answer all the questions, but be sure to think of what questions you're going to be asked before you're asking it. So you have a pre-created reply, so you already know what you're going to say. You already have a counter. Because you don't want to have someone just get up and ask a question and you're just, next question, please. Because I can tell you right now, people are going to vote to make sure you don't get the gavel. I've actually had that happen. I was counting these cards once. Someone says, make sure this guy does not get it. Like, this is -1 vote for him. I didn't apply that because I don't think you can even do that. But yeah, people will vote not to get the gavel. They really don't like it. And that's why you be polite and professional. Never plan to kill that person. It's my trifecta of knowledge. Any other questions? You had your hand up and put it down. I believe in you.
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Would
you have a question?
If you get a really hard question in stuff, what would you suggest?
Yeah, if you have a really hard question, you just don't know what to say. This is what my buddy did once. He said, can you repeat the question? Then we asked a question. He said, oh, no follow-up questions. And then he just skipped it. Yeah. That was Aaron Thaggart, a very good speaker. Very, very good speaker. He graduated last year, I mean, yeah. And he's just a volcano of knowledge. He's a great guy. He said that. I just laughed so hard. And here's a good thing he also taught me. If someone ever says, well, given this knowledge, could you argue the fact that blank? I mean, you probably all heard that before. Just say you can argue anything, and then go to the next question. That person's like 30 seconds of life is just wasted. He's going to regret it forever. So yeah, if you have a really hard question, genuine advice, I actually have one like that. Just acknowledge that you don't have an answer for it. Just man up and say, I don't know. I don't have an answer for that. That's a very good point. Thank you for bringing it to my attention. There was a debate about beauty pageants, child beauty pageants last year. And I brought up that I thought it was demeaning to women, and I thought that it was setting us back when we should be moving forward for women's rights and equality. And I said, like, I kind of feel the same thing in Barbie, so I feel like it's giving women these unrealistic expectations of, beauty and vanity and all that. And then someone brought up, well, are you aware that there are Barbies that have, like a Dr. Barbie, and a pilot Barbie, and this Barbie and that Barbie? I hadn't thought of that. It never crossed my mind. And so I was stumped. I had no good answer for that. I just said, you're right. I didn't consider that. That's a very good point. Thank you. Acknowledge it. Acknowledge that you've done goofed. Because that shows real professionalism, is knowing that you messed up, accepting it, and learning from it. Because you will always learn more from failures than you will from success. Sorry. Ignore me. I will. Any other questions? You have a question? Sir? You have a question? No. That's got it. Please turn back.
How do you overcome regional disadvantages? For example, arguing for against the American middle San Francisco or gun control in Texas, I guess.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
How do you overcome disadvantages based on your location, for example?
Okay, so what you basically said, if I'm knowing your field correctly, is that how do you argue for a topic if the audience is totally going to be against it, right? And just apply stone hard facts. Don't put opinions in it. If you're arguing for gun control to go to Texas, bring up maybe Texas has higher gun-related accidental deaths. Bring that up. Bring up if you're arguing for gay marriage and go to San Francisco. Well, that's hard for me to relate to, but just bring up facts. I know that gay marriage can hurt the insurance companies somehow, so just try to bring that up. People love insurance companies. But yeah, just rely. If you're at a disadvantage fighting an uphill battle, rely on facts, infallible, cold hard facts that they cannot counter. Because that's like a golden shield right there. You know, you will stop them in their tracks. You know what I mean, Aubrey? Yeah, you know. So yeah, that's all I gotta say. If you're fighting an uphill battle and you know everyone's just gonna be blah blah blah, and they're just gonna completely just ignore your points, which some people will. Some people go into a debate without an open mind, which is bad for the soul. Always go into a debate ready to take in all opinions, even if you're stone hard against what's going to be said. Like if you're really for the legalization of marijuana or something else, and people are giving facts and you're just shooting it down like, oh, whatever, yeah, sure, yeah, whatever, yeah, okay, let me just go here and talk about my weed level. You know, some people will. Some people do that. Some people are just going to ignore all the information coming at them and just want to get up there and talk about it. And that's something we're not going to do, right, kids? Right. No. I was looking for a right. Okay. Good. That is a very good question. Just rely on facts and information. Yes, sir.
If you don't mind me asking questions. How do you decide what topics to talk about?
Well, I'm not sure if this is what you're taking, but that does directly affect me because I'm director of debate, and all these topics in the agenda I'm just kidding. I don't care about this. But basically, for this in particular, we revolve around the election since it's coming up so soon. So these are all debates that are relevant to the election. For instance, what makes the ideal president?
What about when it's not election season?
When it's not election seasons? Just things that you think would be interesting that aren't overused. It's pretty hard to think of a good debate topic because there is, of course, smaller conventions like this and bigger conventions like Fall State and Spring State and Winter Congress. You have to make sure that you balance it out. Like if there's a gay marriage debate at Spring State, then don't use that for the next one day because they just talked about that. So it really is difficult to coordinate all the different directors, but it usually comes out very good. We had a very good director debate last year, and I hope to build on that pedigree. But basically, it's all about keeping up with current events. For instance, something about Libya would be very good right now, but that happened after we decided the debates. Anything in the Middle East, because right now the Middle East is seeing a lot of trouble, a lot of revolutions, a lot of stuff like that. And yeah, it's all about current events, things that are garnering interest, and things that will appeal to the youth community. Because things that are fiscal typically aren't very interesting to the youth. The youth tend to focus more on social policies more than fiscal policies. More about gun control or gay marriage than taxes. It's just a way of life. Any other questions? Any other questions? How about the minors? I don't watch basketball, so shut up, Mark. Please, sir. So, does everyone understand? Let me go over a form of debate more just because it can be complicated. So, at the beginning, there are two predetermined speakers, pro and con. They give a 6-minute speech, and of course, you can motion to have their time extended. And you can, of course, if your time is running out, or if you have too much time, a surplus of time, you can yield to give it to the chair, which gets rid of it, or yield your questions, where the audience can ask you questions. After that, the moderator will select a follow pro speaker, and then the pro speaker will come up for 3 minutes and give a speech. The same rules apply. You can yield your time to questions or yield it to the chair. It's basically the exact same thing, it's just a little shorter. And that will then have a subsequent con speaker, then another pro speaker, another con speaker, then another pro speaker, then another con speaker. And then it will go back to the first group who spoke. If you're a main pro speaker, you'll get up again and give your 3-minute closing speech. So the entire time the main speaker is usually gathering notes, everything's being said, and gathering their next argument so that they can just go on the offensive next. And that's when I took my opportunity to point out that she didn't know how hyperbole is worked. Use it for better reasons, I assure you. And it's just good formal debates, and thought talks are really simple. It's basically just sitting around with your friends talking about stuff. You know, the usual. That's another. Okay. Anyways. Yeah, so honestly, yes. You're asking a lot of questions. I like you. What's your name? Give a round of applause for him. Stop. Shut up. Okay, what's your question?
So for example, if I would ask a question and I ran out of time for that, like, I ran out of time, what would happen?
You would get, the moderator would give permission usually always to finish the question. Yeah, and if you're giving that question while the time is run out, be sure to summarize it as quickly as possible. And if you're speaking, make sure you get all your points in time. Don't rely on someone to second you or give you a motion to extend the time, because it doesn't always happen. So just make sure you know if you have 3 minutes, 6 minutes, 4 or 5 minutes, depending on how your moderator is doing it. Just make sure you get it all in there in time, because the last thing you want is to have not have all your debate topics in or all your points in, and then get shut out if you time that. One more thing, for formal debates, there's always a designated timekeeper, which can be anybody. Anyone with an iPod really can turn on the stopwatch. And as the timekeeper, it's your duty to make sure that the person up here knows and they have 3 minutes left, 2 minutes left, 1 minute left, or 30 seconds. Yeah. See, he knows what's up. Yeah. So if you know how to do it, then volunteer. I personally don't know all the things with being timekeeper. It's not really my thing. I don't really keep time. I usually just burn it. And yeah. Yes, sir.
Isn't it true that for the closing speech, you cannot yield questions?
Yeah, good point. At the closing speech, when the main speaker comes up at the end of the debate, you cannot yield to questions. You can only yield your time to the chair. Thank you. No, they're not. That's another good point. It's anyone from the audience. And like I said, guys, what's the most important part of the debate?
Notes.
The notes. Now, if you want to get chosen, you will be sitting in the audience for a subsequent speaker course, and you'll have your hand up. And the moderator will pick you. But if you put your hand up with notes, like a notebook or your iPod or your iPad, whatever you have it on, you're going to have a much better chance of getting chosen. Because that shows, I know what I'm saying. I'm not going to go up there and just blabber pointlessly. I know what I'm going to say. It's going to be a good speech, as opposed to someone who just, you're going to look good. You're going to look like you know what you're talking about. So yeah, during the debate, before the debate, take notes. Like I said, this is filled with, what's this? Does God exist? Debate. Polygamy. Prostitution, that was a good debate. Abortion, not such a good debate. Organ donations, all of these things. CIA torture. So yeah, so just log it. And my advice, get something smaller than this, because this is really painful to look around at the time. Get one of those little like cute journals from Barnes & Noble, it's like that big. That's good. You macro everybody. Don't applaud him. Don't do it.
You're gonna get a raise.
Yeah. So yeah, like I said, if you have notes, yes, Anthony.
What have you taught us so far?
Good. It's all in there, last page, or like last page ever. Yeah. So if you have notes, put them in the air. If you have a laptop for some unknown reason, just flip the whole thing in there. Yeah, it will almost certainly get you up there. If you don't have notes, you're probably not going to get picked, because usually people have notes. And like I said, it's okay to look at your notes, just as long as you're standing up and looking down at it, then okay, yeah, it's notes. Don't just, okay, hold on, guys. Oh yeah, and Maine has had problems with pollution. Yeah, it's so funny.
You're third grade, right?
I don't have phones, Anthony. Yeah. Shut up, hurry
Okay,
up.
so as far as JSA etiquette goes, especially just, in the room setup, first of all, I'm sure you're going to be professional settings being quiet. But also another thing to remember is that as far as JSA goes, we are not a very punctual group. As you notice, the agenda said we started at 8, and I don't know time it really at least gone for like 1 hour. Yeah. So JSA has a history for being late. So that means also being late to debates and workshops like this. So as far as entering, say if I enter from this door and I want to sit over there, don't cross in front, especially if someone's talking. That is really bad because you're taking away from them. If anything about theater, then that you're just like upstaging them. So that's really not going to happen. Especially if Sean's up here talking and I was like walking in front of him, I'm taking your attention away from him in the speech when he's trying to keep it to the max. So say if I want to go sit back there, I have to go like this. People don't look at you, and you come around the long way. So that's another good thing to keep in mind because it's just nice because some people, they put a lot of time into their speeches and they are very dedicated. They will spend their entire week planning their speech for a 6-minute debate they're going to give at a convention. So they really want their voice to be heard, and that's the reason why people come to JSA. So
It is true. I had a buddy that one of the conventions we didn't go to the dance because the next day he had this really big debate he was planning. And
he missed the dance to prepare for a debate.
Yeah.
If any of you know the dances, that's almost like a big deal.
Yeah.
Dances are a big deal.
And here's the saddest thing, is that he didn't bring his notes with him, and so he didn't get chosen to speak.
Oh,
yeah. He didn't get chosen to speak, he didn't have his notes with him. So, cautionary tale, you can die alone.
Yes. But yeah, so just keep that in mind. Like, whenever someone's speaking, be respectful and try not to draw attention from them.
Which falls under the be professional category of Sean's trifecta. Sit down, Anthony. That is heartbreaking. Like, honestly, I don't care about anybody's feelings at all. I know it, and that gives me feelings. Like, that's pretty sad, If they're just, oh, boo, you suck, get up the stage. I don't know if you're actually allowed to. Okay, who's the moderator?
I can't even remember.
Okay, the moderator did a terrible job at it. Yeah, because it was a kid who got put off stage? That's okay. So that's why the moderator didn't do it. He was probably booing him too.
Was he being offensive?
It was public TV, so it was practically public TV.
That's a good question. Young, my darling. I'm so good left.
You really are just locked up.
So, any finishing questions?
Did you go over contracts and stuff?
No, he does.
And I covered the Any finishing questions? Because after this, I'm going to vanish from reality back to my home dimension. You'll never get to talk to me again. Yes, sir.
Does having 2 gavels make you one of the best speakers in the world?
Well, no. But if you have 3 gavels, you're slightly better.
Oh,
Yeah. Well, winning 2 gavels at one convention makes you a pretty good speaker, I'd say. Ryan Lux won like 7 out of the conventions. Yeah. I think people just give Ryan Lux gavels for debates that he didn't go to. Like, he could not go to a convention and he'd still get all the gavels. Ryan Lux is another great speaker. Something about Eric. He's a very good speaker.
Yeah. We had a lot of good speakers last year, and it's unfortunate to see them go. But I mean, some of them come back, and that's always nice.
They also vanished from reality back to their home dimension.
Yes. But you guys are the new generation of speakers. Use it, make yourself awesome, make a name for yourself, and maybe you'll be up here like Sean teaching your class.
Tom actually died, and he's back. So yeah, weird things happen here. So
It's not that much.
All right, and this is dismissed. Unless anyone has any more questions.
Really, Sean.
All right, now it's dismissed.
factors such as inflation and price changes and differences in living or lifestyle quality standards in the past, the idea of an upper class would always be a constantly fluctuating concept.
Yeah, Chase.
Yeah. How do you feel about the fact that taxing the upper, the wealthy class, it takes away from the American dream? If you go to college, get a job, get wealthy, then you earn the benefits?
How do I feel about that? Well, I think that statement is wrong. Personally, I think that if you're already in the upper class, if you're already earning, $300,000 a year, you're already living the American dream. And if you get taxed a little more of your income to help other people realize their American dream, to have temporary welfare available for people, whose parents can't pay for college, have money going to Cal Grants and federal aid, have money going to federal loans and student loans. I think that would be a larger contribution to the American dream than having someone who's already going to earn a lot of money earn like 5-10% extra.
Ryan Cook from Community. So, would you not worry that, in California we have businesses that are leaving because of tax rates, in New York City that are leaving and going to places like China and like Hong Kong, who has low flat tax rates? So would you not worry that businesses and higher income people, like in France, people are already leaving France after their president was elected, he's proposing like a 70% income tax rate. So would you not worry that people would just leave, and in the recession like we're having right now, wouldn't that be bad for businesses and bailments?
First off, I'm not proposing in any way a 70% income tax. Second off, my parents are small business owners, and I help them with a lot of their finances, and I've done some programming on their behalf. So I have worked closely with the California tax system. And the fact of the matter is that it's not going to hurt the middle class. It's not going to hurt small businesses. And larger businesses like Nordstrom's and Macy's, I don't think they need tax breaks right now. They're pretty big as it is.
Okay, do I have a motion on the floor?
Motion to speaker's time. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Motion passes. 30 seconds, you said it?
Another minute.
Oh, minute?
Yeah.
Okay, that's, if you, that's fine. Yes, put 1 minute on the clock.
You're proposing to increase tax on the wealthy, and you say this money would go to programs such as welfare, food stamps, and Cal Grants. How do you react to the fact that people who go to these programs have such a low rate of becoming successful after, and the fact is that once they're in these programs, it's just a cycle of poverty?
And the fact of the matter is that system is broken. The way that our welfare system currently works is not in any way conducive to people getting off welfare. But there's a lot more that the money goes to, and how those taxes are proportioned is up to Congress. But these taxes can go into various other projects: public education, public roads, public parks, and all these nice benefits that America has. Clean energy, businesses. All the money can go into more than one funnel. I said welfare as an example in terms of helping the American dream. And yes, welfare should be reformed, but that's not the current debate topic.
All right, with 10 seconds on the clock, the chair starts the remaining time. Thank you very much. 6 minutes on the clock for the off-premises.
Hi. Well, you heard an excellent speech. There's a lot of rhetoric, but not a lot of facts. So I'd just like to define the resolution, right? Basically, the resolution states that the wealthy should be taxed at a higher rate based on how much more income they make. Essentially, the marginal tax rate should increase. I'm not saying that wealthy people aren't going to be taxed. If you make $10,000 and someone who's making $100,000, if they pay the same amount of tax, then obviously something's wrong. But if one person has to pay a higher percentage of his income, then something is wrong too. The resolution isn't about equality. It's about equity. It's about fairness. It's about the belief that we should be able to keep what we've earned, that we shouldn't be taxed more just because we're successful. America was built on this idea, the idea that we can build ourselves up to whoever we want to be, and the government should help, not hinder us on our way to the top. To tax wealthy people at a higher rate would be in complete opposition to this fundamentally American ideal. To begin with, the wealthy are the primary source for philanthropy in the world. Bill Gates has a net worth of over $50 billion, but his foundation, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, has an endowment of 35, and it will be distributing more than $35 billion over its lifetime. Its previous grants total more than $23 billion. In just this foundation alone, Bill Gates has or will be giving away the equivalent of his life's work, his entire net worth. If he was taxed at a higher rate, the children in Africa who rely on his foundation would not be receiving aid today. Instead of being used to help fund AIDS research, his money would fall into the endless pit that is government spending, used to bail out banks, pay interest on debt, and further increase military spending. The money that he donates on an annual basis is equivalent to the entire working budget of the UN World Health Organization. He contributes 17% of the global budget to eradicate poverty. What would the world be like if his money was rudely confiscated by the government? How many more people would suffer from AIDS if he didn't fund groundbreaking research on antiretrovirals? How many more children would be permanently crippled by polio if they didn't receive vaccines funded by his foundation? Furthermore, the concept of higher taxation violates the fairness principle that we have come to know and love in America. America is only America because it has promoted entrepreneurship, encouraged success, and supported small business through the years. Every one of the great companies you see today started off with 1 or 2 employees and a few $1,000s in seed capital. Google was founded at Stanford by Sergey Brin and Larry Page. HP, the world's leading PC manufacturer, was founded in a one-car garage. Apple was started in 1976 by Steve Wozniak and Steve Jobs. Wozniak hand-built the computer kits they were selling, and they were first shown at the Homegrown Computer Center. How many of those companies would still exist if they knew that they were going to be taxed more the harder they worked? Would Larry Page still have worked as hard to code Google if he knew that their taxes were going to go up as a result of his work? Would HP still be the leading manufacturer if Dave Packard knew that the government would take more because he earned more? Is it fair to the great innovators of this country that they are being punished for being successful? Is it just when the government decides that more work equals more taxes? Are we really creating the right incentives here by forcing the successful people to foot the bill? Finally, I'd like to end this by asking you all to imagine 2 worlds. In the world in which our resolution has passed, the innovators have stopped innovating. The thinkers have stopped thinking. The leaders have stopped leading. It is the result of a law that punishes success, which strips individuals of their achievements and labels them only as cash cows, ripe for taxation. In the other world, the world in which this resolution has failed, America is getting back to work. The thinkers that powered our industries have continued to push out newer and better products. The Bill Gates and Warren Buffetts of our country continue to donate money to fund philanthropy. In this world, we're letting America be America. Free, prosperous, and forever proud.
Sorry? You can't. No, you feel it. Sorry? No, it's his turn. He yielded it to the chair. Okay. Anyway, do I have any substitute speakers on this front? What are we seconding? I need a motion.
Motion to exclude the speaker's time.
But he yielded it to the chair.
Motion
I yielded from the chair.
Okay. Do we have any Subsequent speakers on the proponents. Yeah,
All right. Thank you.
3 minutes.
3 minutes? Okay.
Not too long.
Yes, okay. All right.
The resolution states wealthy people in America should be taxed more than the average citizen.
And I'm in favor.
Yes.
Okay. Hi, I'm Bobby Burr from Santiago High School. My grandfather came to this country in 1981 with $600 in his pocket and a family of 7. He didn't know anyone in this country. He was sponsored by one of his teachers. He was a doctor in Afghanistan and left and came on refugee status. Now, at least within the last 15 years of my existence, his income has fluctuated between $800 and $1.5 million a year. So clearly he's doing well for himself. And he taught me that because of American ideals and the American dream, the beauty that is this country was that he was given the opportunities to make that progression because of the government's, because of government funding and things like minimum wage and taxes that are placed on the wealthy people and circulated back into the economy. Now, the previous opponency speaker quoted a lot about how much money Bill Gates donates to charity and how much Bill Gates gives in research and development and various other things. Bill Gates donated $28 billion to charity approximately in 1 year, 20 to 35 years. Right? All right. And Bill Gates still thinks he should pay more in taxes. He's notorious for it. He's a notorious supporter of the Democratic Party. He's a notorious supporter for higher taxes on the wealthy. And he is the wealthiest man in the country, or he was at one point the wealthiest man in the world. Warren Buffett, second, has also donated billions, tens of billions of dollars to research and development, and is also a notorious supporter of the Democratic Party, and is quoted to have stated that if everyone in the Republican Party were to give an extra amount of taxes, he would match it just to give that money to the government, because he knows that everyone in this government needs more money. So that those of us who come from separate countries, and as you said, every company, every major corporation in the United States started small. And we were allowed to start small because of our gifts from America and our government. So I think that the wealthy people should be taxed because their success was only given to them because it was allowed to them by America and the American dream. Thank you. I use my time for sharing.
Your name.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Cameron Concerini. I'm from Centennial High School. The previous speaker in the proponency mentioned some things about facts, and I find it comical that people on the left side of the aisle and Democrats and our current president continue to blame policies of the past for our current failure. Sure, President Bush wasn't a perfect president by any means, even as a Republican, that would be a stretch for me to say. But the idea of increasing taxes on the wealthy is preposterous. Currently, 72% of federal income taxes come from the wealthy. The top 1% of American earners pay 1,500 times more in taxes than the bottom 20%. The answer to our problems is not increased taxation on the wealthy. However, the answer to our problems is reform. Reform in our tax code, reform in our budget. Every single year, our Congress wastes billions of dollars. I was listening to the radio the other day and I found a study from the Centers for Disease Control, which is funded in large part by the United States government. And I'm not sure if you guys have ever heard this, but the study found that people who eat more tend to be fatter. I'm so glad that we spend that kind of money because that is groundbreaking research. The federal government wastes billions of dollars annually. People are taxed to ridiculous amounts. The previous speaker on my side mentioned how innovators will they won't be able to innovate anymore if we take away their money. Some people say we would lose money, but the way to solve it, like I said, is to cut the waste, cut funding to social programs that don't work, and encourage social programs that do work. A great friend of mine and a philosopher once said that taxing the wealthy more is like a 300-pound woman in a thong. It's disgusting and unattractive. And I yield any kind of questions.
1 minute for questions. Yeah, Sean.
Yeah, so thanks for the good cheers. All right.
So great. Thanks.
Great. So who said that?
My friend sitting right there in the glasses. He's a great philosopher.
Good job.
Any more questions? Yes, please.
You ever read the book Atlas Shrugged?
I have, yes.
Any other questions?
Big fan of mine, Ray.
That was beautiful.
Okay, then the chair is there. Do I have any more speakers on the phone? Yes.
People who are rich in this country owe the country that made them rich. Yeah, they owe the country that made them rich because, yeah, you get my point. Anyways, moving on. So, the previous speaker brought up Bill Gates. How many rich people in the world are like Bill Gates? You can't just assume just because one rich person in the world did so much for society that the rest of the rich people in the world will do that much. That's a fallacy. You can't do that. Not all rich people will just donate so generously and have such altruism to society. It just makes, that's not everyone. So you can't just say we can't raise taxes because everyone's going to donate. Furthermore, the American dream has been brought up a lot during this debate. In order for people to truly have the American dream, we need to give the poor and the lower middle class the opportunities to rise up in society. We can't just let them suffer and say you can't have any welfare, or you can't have healthcare, or any of that, any social programs, because then they'll just suffer more and then they'll get nowhere. That will just be a cycle of poor people getting poorer and richer people getting richer. I find it kind of messed up that Mitt Romney pays a lesser percentage of taxes than my mom does, because I feel like he has risen up so much in society that he needs to help this country succeed. He needs to give a higher percentage of his taxes to help people who are suffering. And we can't just assume that all government programs are whack, like the study that showed that fat people get fat, or people eat more get fatter. What about Proposition 30 on the California ballot? California is currently 48th in education. 48th out of 50, that's ridiculous. And we can't just tax the poor or the middle class more, because they're already paying a lot, and a lot of people can't even afford to pay their debts. So naturally, the inclination would be to go and tax the people who make $250,000 or more, which is what Proposition 30 entails, to help pay for education, and thus Cal States and UCs will cut admissions significantly. So there are other applications for taxes that are really beneficial for society that we can't forget about. Firefighters, teachers, librarians, I don't know, all these people are paid by taxpayer dollars. And so we have to remember that the government is an important source of income for a lot of people in the world, or in our nation. So I yield my time to
Thank you very much.
All right, so, hi, my name is Anthony Macker, and I go to Sontiger High School. And I'm here to say that we should not tax the wealthy more. It's been brought up previously that it would effectively be punishing those who are successful. And I like to live by a certain philosophy, is that don't hate the player, hate the game. And right now, the players are the wealthy, and just because that they have been successful enough to make that much money, that they're being victimized because they have so much money. You know, it's just the way our system is. Say someone's independently wealthy, like Eddie Murphy in Coming to America. He was, a wealthy prince, and then he came to America. Should he be taxed more?
No, because he owes that country absolutely nothing. Say someone else from Britain, they become really wealthy and say, you know what, I'm going to go to America because that's where I want to live. Does that person owe America? No, they do not. America did not make them successful. So to say that we owe something to America because they helped us make us successful is also a fallacy, because not everyone who is wealthy got wealthy because of America. Also, previously Cameron, right, he brought up that the government is very poor with their spending. The mandatory spending could be reduced by so much, and the discretionary spending is atrocious of where they place their priorities for Americans. We cannot vote on where our taxes go. We can vote how, whether or not we get more taxes, and then kind of hopefully it'll go to a pool where they spend that money, but that's not always the case. The government spends a lot of money on defense. It spends a lot of money on public transportation and education, and a lot of different things. We need to narrow down our focus on where should our priorities lie before you start saying, hey, let's tax the wealthy. It's like if you have a kid and he keeps saying, Mom, can I have some money? Mom, can I have some money? Mom, can I have... I just gave you $30 this week. What are you spending on? Oh, I don't know. So it's basically, we need to make sure that the government makes a lot of money. We need to make sure that they're using it effectively before we start saying, hey, let's give the government more money. Let's make sure that they're spending it on the absolute necessities for a nation to run before we start saying we need to tax the wealthy. Because the government obviously is not using that money well enough. Because this has been a question that's been around for decades, and it's still a big issue right now. So obviously, raising taxes on the wealthy has not been effective. We're still debating it and talking about it. So that means we need to look at another part of the problem, which would be government spending.
So if taxes for the wealthy aren't increased, what will fix the national debt and who will pay for it?
See, that is a very complex question because a lot of people ask that question and we still don't have it. If I could answer that question, I feel as though we probably would have fixed it by now. But to solve the national debt is, reapportioning where we put our money, where we put our focus, and maybe it's raising taxes for everybody, not just the wealthy, because it's not fair to them that because they have a lot of money that they should, spend more. You know what I'm saying? So the national debt, so the national debt is a touchy subject, and it's something that's going to take a lot of time. And just because we raise taxes by 5% now, it's not going to fix it. Thank you.
Yes, glasses. What's your name? Okay.
Okay. Gracious moderator, my fellow JSAers, good morning. Resolved, wealthy people in America should be taxed more than the average citizen. Can I get an amen? Ladies and gentlemen, there's something fundamentally wrong. There exists an existential compromising when a corporate CEO pays an effective lower income tax than their secretary. Now, I know previous speakers have mentioned cases such as Steve Jobs and Bill Gates and these other self-made millionaires and billionaires. However, it's a well-known fact that anecdotal cases overwhelm general truths. This whole idea of trickle-down economics, where we give tax breaks to the wealthy, and that's somehow supposed to trickle down to the average citizen. I'll tell you what trickle-down economics is. It's when you look at your bank statement and pee your pants because the IRS took your money. Not taxing the wealthy more than the average citizen is like watching adult film on your mom's computer. It's just wrong. Also, not taxing the wealthy more than the average citizen leaves out the 47% that Mitt Romney doesn't care about. Also, the well-known, as previous speakers mentioned, Warren Buffett and his Buffett rule, where he posits the idea that the wealthy should take the initiative, as well as the government should take the initiative, to tax the wealthy more so so that the pressure for taxes doesn't rely on the middle class. This whole idea of tax breaks and putting the pressure on the middle class and the average citizen is a broken system, and not taxing the wealthy more than the average system would be detrimental to the government and our economy. I would also like to end with this. Thank you.
Yeah, how much time does he have? Okay, yeah, one question. Yeah.
How do you react to the fact that you mentioned Mitt Romney's 47%, 50% of people in this country pay no federal income taxes, and those are the people who, by and large, receive the majority of the benefits offered by the federal and state governments. How do you react to the fact that people who are paying for it don't get any of the benefits?
Okay, so my name is Simran Chada. I'm from Valencia High School, and I just wanted to start out by saying that when we talk about kind of like the wealthy and the poor people, things get lost in kind of like, oh, I morally feel bad for this person on the street who doesn't have as much food as me and things like that. So I'd like to draw a parallel to school, because I believe that our earnings are a result of our achievement. And our achievement right now, I mean, unless you guys have a job, is basically academics, extracurriculars, things like that. So I'd like to compare this whole taxing the wealthy, tax test things to a bell curve. And if you guys know anything about a bell curve for a test, you guys are probably groaning because it's the worst kind of curve. Basically what it does is it brings lower scores up and higher scores down so everybody can reach a happy median. Okay, so maybe this is great for that slacker in the class that sits in the back and sleeps all day and decides he wants to flunk the test, but still maybe get a 20-point boost because, you know, somebody in the class decided to study. But we're all smart people here. We're concerned about politics. We're probably doing well in school. You get a 97% because you worked hard, and suddenly your score is down by, 5-6 points, and you don't have the score you deserve. You don't have the grades you want anymore. Basically, you can parallel this to the real world. The wealthy have worked hard, they have received proper earnings, and all of a sudden, they're being taxed extra, and their money's being taken away from them unfairly. And people who haven't worked as hard are getting this money for, doing nothing. Basically, America was made on philosophies of social mobility, rags to riches, the idea that you can start out small, you can have no sort of social lineage that gives you this, this elitist, this money. You don't have to inherit anything, but you can work really hard and get where you want to be in society. And basically, this whole taxing the wealthy extra just takes away from that, because we're, kind of eliminating this Puritan work ethic that our society was based on, and giving money to people who essentially haven't worked for it. Now, I'm not saying that we need to cut welfare and things like that, and that we need to totally ignore these people in society, because some of them are struggling to make an income and to work harder, but I don't think it's fair for the wealthy to have to pay for lazy people. And I yield my time.
All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Nay. Oh, I really can't tell. We're gonna have to do that again. Don't just be louder. Otherwise I'm gonna talk to you. I can't count. So, motion to previous question. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Nay. Okay, it passed. All right. So we're gonna move to previous question. So we are gonna start with the opponent speaker. So,
Nice.
for 3 minutes.
I've heard a lot of speeches, and they've touched on a lot of topics, but none of them really address the real issue. And the real issue is that poor people are being rewarded for work they didn't do, and rich people are being punished for work they did do. Now, you heard that, we owe this country a lot. because we grew up in this country, and it's only because of this country that we're able to be rich. And Barack Obama said this really well. He said, "You didn't make it, right? If you're rich today, you didn't make it. Guess what? We did." Right? This country is only this country because of who we are as innovators and entrepreneurs. Obama said that we owe the government. We don't. The government owes us because we are the lifeblood and the fuel for this economy. We're the people that make this country run. It's not the lower class that creates the iPod. It's not the hobo you find on the street that makes the PC. You see, there's a reason the people at the top are at the top. Sometimes it's because of a superior intellect, because of a better work ethic. But whatever the case is, they're up there for a reason. And making them foot the bill is inherently and completely wrong. Now, this country is in many ways like a bar. A lot of us are drunk, but what I really want to get to is the fact that when you go to a bar, lots of times people split the bill, right? And in our country, it's as if half the people don't pay. If 10 people go to a bar, the first 5 people don't pay. 6 through 9 pay 10%, right? From the 60th to the 90th percentile, they pay 10% of our total federal income tax. And then the last person, he pays 90% of the bill. He pays for your services, your education, your transportation. And what you're doing is, instead of saying thank you, you're saying screw you. You're saying, I want you to pay more because you have the ability to pay more. I want you to pay more, not because I'm better, but because you're better. Because you're better than I am, you need to pay my way through this country. It's a thought and a feeling that's completely, inherently contradictory. Our country was not founded, was not based on those people. Our country was founded for the entrepreneur, for the innovator, for those of us who wish to succeed by trying hard, and by punishing us for our work and our success. All we're doing is making the American dream impossible. Thank you.
Okay, so my policy speaker very eloquently brought up the core of the issue, the very core problem, and that is the idea that somehow the rich are going to pay for the poor. Last I checked, my government money does not all go to the poor. Last I checked, welfare is not the whole crux of government spending. The Center for Disease Control, I don't know about you, but yeah, sure, eat or get fat. That may seem quite common sense, but some of the other research that they do, some of the research for, retrovirals to help, fight AIDS, things like that, I think are a vital aspect of our society. The things that they do to, quarantine bad diseases. The CDC is a pretty vital part of our world, and so are a lot of other government organizations. You know what Cameron, Bill Gates, and I all have in common? We all benefited from this little thing called public education, which was founded by, wait for it, taxes. Yeah, taxes. Taxes pay for public education. Weird, I know. And yet Bill Gates, Cameron, and I are all in the middle class or above, right? And we have all benefited from this little thing called public education. It all came from taxes. Let me tell you something. Cameron brought up the idea that the top, the upper class pays 76% of the income. That's what, like top 20, 30% of earners? And yet it's been multiple times stated that somehow the top 2% of earners earn 98% of the income. 70%, 6% of taxes, 98% of income. Just a bit of disparity. That's just what I think. See, and the idea that people who innovate are going to be punished by this system is stupid. Because when Bill Gates started Microsoft, he was not rich. He was not being taxed any more than, say, me. And yet, he got up there, not in spite of taxes, but because of taxes, because of public education, because of the availability of government assistance. And that's the thing. We are, and likely, I'm an immigrant, so that doesn't apply to me, but most of you who came here, likely your parents benefited from this sort of system. The New Deal, FDR, Social Security, all those parts are benefits in your life. You guys did get here to a certain extent due to government assistance. So no, And when innovators, and he's saying that it's going to fight the idea of prosperity. Like, I don't want to get richer because I'm just going to get taxed more. But in spite of taxes, I will still be earning more money than I did before. And that's a key idea that all these people are forgetting. It doesn't matter how much more I get taxed. In the end, I'll still be earning more than I did before. So yes, I do have the incentive to innovate. And she brought up the idea that grades are you can parallel to grades. Fine. Look at AP testing. It's on a bell curve. When I got my 5s, I didn't say, oh God, I could have gotten a 6. I didn't say, this was an issue. I didn't get my 5 because of the curve or in spite of the curve. I got it because it's what I earned relative to everyone else. When I got my 4s, I didn't whine it. I didn't say, oh my God, it is because other people dragged me down. That's not what it is. The bell curve is just a way to make sure that your what you earn is relative to your merit and in relation to everyone else. And this is what the taxation does. Your contribution is in relation to your earnings. Thank you.
Great. So the resolution reads, resolved, wealthy people in America should be taxed more than the average citizen. All in favor, please rise. Get up.
Everyone, if you're voting, put one article of your clothing here so we can go ahead and give it to someone else.
Sit down. All opposed, please rise. Thank you.
Patriotic American.
Any abstentions? Okay. All right. So by a vote of 19 to 28 to 2, this officially fails. So if you spoke today, please stand up and give your name and school. And then I'll pass around the best speaker ballots and then just bring them back up here, okay? So if you spoke, just come up here. You go up and down. And then bring up the extra students.
I'm Young Choi from Santiago High School.
I'm Anthony McElroy from Santiago High School. I'm Bobby Burke from Santiago High School. I'm Cameron Pasquini from Centennial High School. I'm Anthony Georgie from Centennial High School.
Oh yeah,
Susan.
There's Panda Express. You go to Panda.
Yeah, like.
Oh, there is.
There's a Jamba Juice and a Panda Express.
Why do you Susan?
No, I think they're saying.
Can I leave my laptop here?
Yeah, get it on the table.
Okay. Actually, I'm just gonna put it back here because I need it to stay open.
Yeah, we had 77.
I always love
The American.
We have 120 people.
I know. Yeah, I'm gonna say don't worry about it. No, it's okay, Mom. It's fine.
Did you see my speaker training? Well, then it was really racist. I'm kidding. God, Nicole.
Like right off the back, he was like,
I heard someone say Sean. Nicole thinks she's my mom.
I know.
Which I find an edible complex.
Let's go get lunch.
She might be my mom. What?
Chancellor, you didn't want to be
Viceroy.
Right?
Yeah. I'm talking about my friend.
I have my glasses
Wow. No, Monica said she will.
You're gonna start distributing it?
Distribution of love, man.
It's all we also do it. This is your civic.
Like taxation.
There we go.
Hey.
We have to wait for us. Wait,
Where are you going? I don't even know welcome. Nicole hates me so much.
Sean!
Come hit us.
You can't hate yourself. Sean!
Can I? Am I allowed to, Mom?
Where?
I want to go to that. I have really good food for here. You got like all the express
Let's go to In-N-Out.
Go, boys. Oh, food.
Let's worry.
Okay. Oh, thank you. Are you sure?
Yeah. I'll play
I am.
Hey, can you?
Yeah. New Vision is great.
Valerie, where's Valerie? Juliana.
Yeah.
Juliet can. What? Wait, what?
I'm trying to find a replacement, but no one's certified.
Oh, for what? I'll do it. You want to do it? Yes.
Yeah, Sabrina loves thought talks.
I'm actually obsessed with thought talks.
Okay. We were just talking about thought talks.
Yeah, we were actually this morning when we were getting ready, we were like, talking about my obsession with
Hello,
thought talks.
hello, darling. How's it going? It's okay. Stressful. Bye, Young. Are you going to be guarding the red chest?
Yes, absolutely. Where is it?
Where is it?
I'm gonna grab some food because I haven't had it. Hey, you need to eat because I never ate during my release last year. Oh, no. We just have to be back by 12. Wait. Crap.
Yeah, I know. Okay, wait, I keep
What do I do?
to go.
What do?
Yeah, so I just keep
What
telling
do?
everybody.
Matthew,
But going to lunch, but good to see you. I'll see you around.
come on. Let's go. Just put that down. Bye, guys. Have a good lunch.
I don't want to get stolen though. Okay. All right. Good luck. I'm eating my fruits.
I'm a hungry lady. You guys have to eat? Okay. Let's see.
I love bubble tea. That's what I really love.
I'm sure they don't have the logo.
There's a Chimera.
I wasn't trying.
Okay. I know, classic white people food. I'm just kidding.
No, that's the potatoes. I can grab the Oh, I'm lazy.
Did Juliana leave?
Yeah, I think so. Why?
Is she leave that?
Yeah.
Are you gonna stay here the whole time?
Yeah, someone has to watch the money, so
Dude, that's so sad.
it's okay. But you come forward.
Can I leave my stuff here?
Yeah, that's fine. I'll watch it.
Are you sure?
I'm fine. Relax.
Hi.
Bye. Have a good time.
Excuse me, sir. Where's the Newport Beach A?
Newport Beach is down the line.
Yeah, thank you.
Man in the reg booth. All right, so what's our final total right now?
Around 120.
Cool. Awesome. I want to clear you out here. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 45. And if anyone else comes, just hand it over. I need to go. I hate having this much money in my possession. I'm always afraid I'm going to lose it. Okay, I'm going to go dump this in the car. And is someone getting you lunch?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Just making sure.
Bye.
Bye.
happened? I told him that Sheriff is going to kiss me. Where is everyone? Yo, where is everyone? So everyone is block free. Or block
Doing
two.
lunch.
Everyone's lunch right now? Everyone's gone.
We were early.
Oh, okay. Wait, when did that end?
Like, it only starts like 10 minutes.
And you were here just to watch and stuff?
Yeah.
If you want to go get lunch, you can.
It's okay, mom, it's just.
No, bring something else. Yeah, I'm glad we just got like lunch. Yeah. So we're playing, so we're like walking in and out. I don't know if each other.
I always forget Starbucks sells things.
Wait, what? You don't get why it sells it?
No, I always forget.
Oh,
I never
yeah.
forget anything.
Really? Oh.
That was fascinating.
Would you like to?
Okay.
So how'd you get involved with JSA?
My freshman year, I just, came to one of my chapter meetings, and then chapter disappeared, but
Right, same with me.
then I was like, oh hell no, this ain't happening, so I revived it.
Wait, sophomore year, did you get involved on cabinet?
Yeah, on my chapter cabinet, I got involved, so, and there were only like 8 people in my freshman year, so it was pretty much like by default I was in. And then we got in and we made it like 20 in the sophomore year, 180 lecture.
What did you do during junior year? Just as a junior year, ran for vice president.
Yeah, I was deputy director of expansion, and I was the VP of my chapter.
Okay. Monica was vice mayor for you, right?
Yes.
She's vice mayor and mayor.
I ran against her sophomore year actually.
Oh, and wait, she ran for vice mayor? Okay.
Yeah.
And then she beat you, and then you got vice mayor. So you still got vice mayor this year.
Yeah.
Do you think people would mind if I took like 10 of these?
I doubt it.
No.
Okay.
I mean, we only have 120 people, and that looks like 300 activities.
I feel like no one votes the JSA because the last SU I went to, nobody voted. You took this from the top.
When did you leave?
What?
When did you leave?
It was during some block, right? Yeah. Okay, so what if Kevin lose being out this time?
You won.
Really?
Yeah. It was 19 to 28.
Oh. Wait, how do you know? Who counted?
Serena Lieber.
Oh, she just told you like right then.
She counted it. It was fun to do. He did pretty well actually. Yeah, he talked about. He said some really terrible things that I tried to reply. Like he said, Bill Gates donates like $50 billion to charity and stuff, blah blah blah. And it was like, and if we taxed him, he wouldn't like be able to, which is a complete lie. First off, Bill Gates supports more taxing. Second off, a lot of that money isn't directly a part of his income; it's also part of the donations and stuff. And third off, if you do donate to charity, you get tax deductions, so you don't have to end up paying all that in taxes anyways. So that was a really terrible point that I really want to yell at him about. Whatever. And then he was saying how innovation would stop, and I was like, this isn't communism, we're just taxing the rich a little more. Like you'll still earn more if you do more. That's not a fair comparison to me. Wow. Yeah. As a liberal, I say these things, but as a conservative, I'll say something else.
Did you debate against him?
I did. I was on the
It was like hardcore Republican, right?
I'm a socialist, so.
You are?
Moderate, very, very moderate. I don't believe in like
Socialist?
Yeah, I don't believe in radical distribution of wealth or like eliminating the private sector or anything like that. But
What do you believe in?
I believe in the expansion of government, like the public sector. We have things like public education, public roads, blah blah blah, right? Maybe the next step would be to expand that to like public electricity, public energy, public water, things like that. And I also don't trust people, so government regulation of business, because know this because my parents are business people. They're usually pretty rich dicks.
Interesting.
Yeah, I'm not like Marxist or anything. They would hate Marx. Political views of that.
You hate Marx, but you're a socialist. A moderate socialist.
Because he's a communist and like, and essentially.
Not if I took one of these two.
I know that.
Yeah, that's fine.
He's like
Wait, is that the ham one? Yeah. Can try.
It's like a canonized socialist. So like everyone sees every socialist as a Marxist, and that's like completely not my views.
Right. I know every socialist. Anarchist too.
I can't deal with anarchy. I can deal with libertarians who are like my arch enemies. I can deal with conservatives. I can deal with liberals, but anarchists, anti-party.
That's interesting. Is this your phone?
No.
Okay.
You have to make sure none of this stuff is stolen or it's mine. I don't have bright red purses and high heels.
Hey, Jen.
Hey.
Hey.
Where did you go?
Hey, guess what I'm seeing today?
Hey, we were just at Starbucks.
Really?
You were?
I don't want to buy because I'm so tired. Well, actually, I was going and I was going to walk back and get it, but then I was like, there's no point.
Jessica, what is your drink?
Mine?
Green tea latte.
Green tea lemonade. I don't really go
whatever. It's a green tea latte. Which is on the L. You want some? Is it good?
Passion tea lemonade is like liquid crack.
I don't like passion tea.
Passion tea lemonade. It's like
Is that on the
that's like what I go
Wait,
off
what's
of
the
the
little-
movie season. It's all passion tea lemonade.
Feel.
Oh, syrup. Oh, I think I asked for two sweet.
I want the sweet versions.
This one has like a weird mustard taste.
It's like it has some mustard in it. It's called
Did
like.
you try it?
Yeah. I saw it on your little packaging.
It's okay, it's better than like this.
What'd you get?
Banana thing.
But the kind of
Yeah, that tasted really weird.
It's stuck to my bag. I got like a banana coffee cake. It's kind of weird. Okay. We were like, or I was like, I'm gonna eat now so I can get like work done later. Yeah.
Wait, why did I say Sahel today?
Oh, I don't know. Oh my goodness, no. I can't believe you even made that comparison.
I just had to.
Sahel, Yi, and Cliff for FBLA.
What time?
4 to 6 at uni.
Yeah. It's so off.
Yeah.
What?
We have mock trial from 2 to 6 today. You need a plan.
Sahel is very professional with FBLA. I think he has plans to run for a higher position. Like, I think he's going to run for my position next year.
What's your position?
Vice president. So I think he's going to, yeah.
I know, I totally get it.
Yeah. Like, he acts very professional, and it's not the Sahil that I first met, so, yeah.
Let me take a look at oh, you mentioned? Yeah. We're gonna go
I'm so sorry, but I didn't want to do some of my sandwich. Did you want some?
No, I don't get it. See, socialism right there. Sharing is caring.
I'm not a socialist, though.
Are you
I'm actually pretty conservative.
really?
Yeah.
Most of my friends are actually. It's weird because I'm like the biggest liberal. Like I'm like bordering on stupidly liberal, like just blindly being conservative.
Really? I feel like a lot of, because I'm the only political person in my school, I feel like a lot of people label me as a bigot because I'm a Republican. But I'm kind of a closet social liberal.
Like a libertarian kind of.
No, like for gay rights, for abortion. I don't have conservative views on that.
That's all very libertarian, like free market, but then like
Yeah.
social liberal. because Sean's a libertarian, so Tom Clay, our director of division, he's my chapter VP. I'm like a good friend with him. So like, and he has like this, he has this thing like, where there's like, you can either be too liberal or too conservative to the point where you're just stupid, and like, and then everyone else is in between. And yeah, I'm like right here. Like if this is too stupid, I'm like right there. And then like my friend Joe Montgomery, he's like right here. And it's funny because we wrote a bill for Congress together too. It's interesting.
Yeah, like a really close friend of mine is the president of Young Democrats. So I'm vice president of Young Republicans. It's been interesting.
Yeah. I find out that most of my friends that are like politically active tend to be conservative.
Which is pretty rare considering most adolescents.
I think like part of it, especially, is like the Obama hate wave that's going on right now.
Obama hate wave.
Oh yeah, especially like during his like presidency, like when the economy didn't start picking up
I know
after like 6 months.
Republicans hardcore hate him just because I go to law. But
Like,
I feel like teenagers and high schoolers are crazy, like in love with him. At my school, at least.
at my school, like when he didn't fix the economy like 6 months into Santiago. So like when he didn't fix the economy like 6 months into his presidency, everybody started whining.
Oh, hey, school's Vanessa.
Yeah. Oh, you have nothing to do with that? Yeah, I messed up. Found out I don't like your boyfriend.
Is it because a lot of people think he's a bit pompous?
Oh no, I was kidding. He's just really conservative.
I love Cam. Okay. He's a good leader. Jennifer, this is too strong now. That's okay. I'm so picky. Yeah. Cam and I and Jane, we were going to go to the RNC together, actually. I would have loved to let me go. So Jane didn't want to go. I Cam didn't want to follow me.
Not too obviously. But then like there's no point in going because we already know who's going to win. I'm just like praising God that made me English in the RNC. Like,
Do you think he had a chance?
no, but I was still praying every day. Like, Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Know you being rich for president, God please. Because if he won for the RNC, like, although I'm kind of wishing he did because of the election.
I'm trying to get it.
I know, which is really weird because I thought that Obama would have a clear victory. Freaking Obama. Freaking Obama is stupid.
Are they from your school as well?
Yeah. This is like the disturbing corner, like people you talk to.
What?
Disturbing. Hi, I love you.
He likes to talk mad trash. Like on the surface, he seems like really professional. No, I know a lot of big words. But deep down, he's like incredibly.
I'm a socialist.
Yeah.
I believe in government.
I don't wonder why you're in the office. He's like.
She's not a socialist. She's a Republican.
Oh, I see.
She's a very conservative, like the rest of them.
Did you come to my blog? Yes, I mentioned OCGOP.
Yes. You're right.
Yeah.
You, Mr.
Where do you
Sure,
have
well,
political views lie?
I'm not sure well. He's a libertarian.
I'm not a libertarian.
They're so libertarian.
I'm not.
Anthony?
I'm not.
Free market societies, individual liberties. That sounds like a libertarian.
That seems pretty agreeable to me.
That means you're a libertarian.
No, it's not.
Make everything legal.
He's a libertarian. Mark is just hate everything.
I say Mark is more libertarian.
Okay, you're not like strong level libertarian, but you're libertarian.
That's an economic libertarian.
So like lots of
I hate libertarian. You failed this twice in a row now.
But like Adam Smith, bro.
Adam Smith, as far as I'm concerned, was economically an idiot.
Wealth of Nations, bro. You should read it.
Like mercantilism? What the hell was that?
forgive him. He's not.
I'm really not.
I tried reading Wealth of Nations. It's just like the writing style of that book is very dry, like cold. It's a bit hard to read.
I just hate everything Adam Smith has ever said.
No, you just hate capitalism because you hate America.
I don't hate capitalism. I don't
Might as
believe-
well.
I'm not against private sector. Ever since I like decloseted my socialism, everyone equates me with communist. Yeah, take a left, or go straight, take a left, take another left, and it's gonna be in that hallway. That's a men's sign.
That's exactly what I fucking said. Listen to Zach, he knows what he's talking about.
Actually, no, he doesn't. He's a libertarian.
You say it like it's such a dirty word.
It is.
Socialist has a more negative connotation.
Have you heard Sean say socialist?
Yeah.
Socialism. I'm a communist.
No. Well, you honest.
What do you guys get for lunch?
He admits though that he's on the borderline.
I'm like bordering retardedly liberal. I really am, but I'm not gonna lie, but I'm not quite there yet. So.
What's the champ
It's chapter president.
Okay.
But
He decided
to the mortals on the chapter president.
What went on at the chapter?
I had to have someone else come. That would help support my vice related speaker training.
Welcome to my chapter. Yeah, I'm stuck with that.
Oh, you love us.
Well, this is a strong word. You don't feel
Why
emotions
use
in my
it?
country.
You know what I found weird? For the FDR report video, you were standing in the middle and Monica was standing on your side, on the side, and I was like, oh. I think it's like the whole guy. Oh, was it because of that?
Yeah, and not to mention like the height, like.
Oh, okay. And then the one like, I was like, oh, why is Monica not the little point?
I didn't really like her either.
Jessica, do you want banana cake? Or not banana cake, it's a coffee cake that tastes like banana and some chocolate chips. Okay.
Our video from last year was fantastic.
That was a great video.
The one that like, she was in the middle of the road.
Yeah, and we had a debate in there and I smashed a pumpkin. She was so
But I don't think you guys would have like a little one of that. It was just like, it's an SDR one.
It's 'cause, like-
we ran out of battery.
Yeah, like I remember like my memory card screwed up and everything.
I know, it was a
Bad
bit
day.
short.
It was a bad day
It
for
was
them.
1 minute long.
But our video from Santiago
I
was
can't
pretty.
really hear you
Oh my
guys.
god.
I hate that video. But our video.
Our video.
The one clip that they put in was when I didn't know that they were filming. 'Cause it was
Yeah, I know.
You were looking like this.
I was like,
and I was like, Jen.
And I was acting retarded and like I hated that video so much. I looked at it, I was like, this is not
And then
good.
like Lynn kept posting it, like, check out the SDR video, and I was like, oh, that's really good.
I know, Lynn.
It's like, oh, Lynn. Oh,
Is
Lynn.
Lynn good your school as well?
No.
What school does she go to?
Oh.
Lynn? Yeah.
What? Never
Yeah.
did at school.
It does smell like banana now. It's weird.
Would you like to try some?
No, it smelled like a whiff of banana and it's like, is that supposed to be coffee cake?
It's a banana coffee cake. It does not taste like coffee. So I'm supposed to like assist taking pictures because I'm on the publicity team.
And how's it working out for you?
That's a rhetorical question.
Should it be? How's that working out for you? How's the picture?
I didn't take any pictures.
No.
Or this is with his like pretty
And you sounded very like, I don't know, hesitant about it.
I have to take pictures.
I was supposed to. Like, that was supposed to be helping me.
I think it's my memory card at home.
We were just talking about memory cards.
I slowed down some timer last night.
You stole what?
I slowed down some timer last night.
Cameron?
No, timer.
Those talks ever like not one time.
Oh, I think you're actually taller than Zach now.
He's on stairs.
Exactly. Oh, yeah.
I'm shorter than you.
And like,
I'm a pop.
you're going to fall sick too because you're on time.
I'm not actually.
Really?
Yeah. My mom is forbidden me to go.
Why?
Just because I've been to like a lot of, like I've been super involved these past 2 years. And she's like, this year you can get a 5.0 or.
It comes with a whole yellow package.
Have you seen March like on the gate roads?
But are you going?
Is that not? Yeah.
Oh, it's not required.
Right.
Yeah.
Do you want to vote and do you want to compare? Yeah, let's do that.
But you're going anyway, so.
Be a white for that. I want to be.
Here, let's see who I'm voting for.
I'm not as like left as I but
Y'all want to go to Johnson? Gary Johnson.
And then, so it would have to be white.
Roseanne.
Yeah, make it like that.
So what you're saying without this?
Yeah.
So that without this?
Well, I don't know. I was cautious that part of the team.
Hey, what's
So I don't know how that's still.
Well, keep that outline. I'll keep that white.
I can't remember, it was some sort of reallocation.
Well, yeah, that's what I was saying. I said it's publishing it, and I would just get rid of the white. Because right now it's just a white. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Considering our governor, I guess something
I
liberal.
know what I'm doing.
No, I'm joking. No, not in a mean way. We should. Well, yeah.
Oh, hell no, I should not do that. Oh, which please?
We have to go do some more. Let's go, bitches.
Just.
Yeah.
Bitches. No, bitches.
Oh, honey.
Oh, honey. Wait, is it Santiago? Oh, okay, yeah.
Honey, we just sex. We just sex.
What's wrong with Santiago?
What's wrong with Corona?
Second time you told you so fabulous.
I am fabulous.
I thought Fez was like from a super ghetto area. I was like, because he was like, no Fez and all that stuff. And I was like, okay, where are you from? He's like, Santiago. I'm like, oh, that must be ghetto.
What? Oh, honey.
He actually doesn't go first.
Not anymore.
Yeah. That was like Zisha.
I miss you, Sean.
Everybody.
I miss the first time winter Congress because that was so much fun.
Miss Malcolm. Miss Ty. Miss
I rode with Elton, Zishan, and Paul.
Do you miss Nero?
That's the shit out of it.
Of course, you
Make it so that you have registered sex.
Hey, you know what? I owe Aaron and Malcolm the loss of my Roscoe's virginity. So,
They popped your Roscoe's cherry.
yes. Shit out of that cherry.
I probably told you this. If you go to Denny's or Waffle Waffle.
What's the word?
It's like chicken. It's just like chicken strip. The 3 strikes. It'll be like include violent felonies.
That sounds
I invented it.
Is it
I told Denny's to make it. Made it.
Is it good?
It's pretty okay.
So I go there and order a waffle kid.
I had 2 black guys with me, and they gave it thumbs up.
It is Roscoe's,
So
but
I go order a waffle kid.
Might not. Oh, anyway, the only one, like next to my house, that was good. But I only ordered it once, so it's probably not worth it. But maybe the cooks were like, this is brilliant.
This
I read it,
is
and I was pretty sure I understood it. Voted yes.
Where do we check our ballots?
you can put it in this box. And then wherever Monica
We have
wants
to vote now. No.
Well, typically you're supposed to vote by the end of the
Because aren't we going to vote anyways at school?
Yeah, I'm voting. It's
No idea where the
going to be counted.
But it's just different in school.
Well, it's the same election, just can't, you know. So you get to see demographics across the board.
So I'm voting twice.
Right.
That's bad. It's terrible. You're terrible.
You know what? We have the personal liberty to vote at
I'm young.
How do I vote?
Just take it.
No, we can't do that. I don't feel like that's it.
So yeah, no one's like, huh? No. Matthew Cohen is our director of extension.
Don't just highlight your social. I hope you see this
You like
before you check your school. I remember vote to every right after Congress. I was like,
You should have gone to our homecoming. It was last night. We had a 1920 ski, so all the guys were like invested in both guys.
Oh, is that where you get it with the guy?
Yeah. I know just slow dance with guys for fun. I just did on homecomings.
Okay, I didn't know that. Yeah.
I don't know how to vote on the just stand my way.
It's funny that I danced with Cameron because he's the guy who always molests me. Oh, him and Matt was on
The last using what?
his hands. He's got freakish dog fingers too.
Can you show me on your body where you touched
Where on this point is yeah, I don't think there's a point on my body where cameras like hands have not like dropped at some point. Except like
Now, would you call it good touch or bad touch?
so much better. Not enough.
They have a very brief description of Prop 31. State budget, state loan.
It was very vague,
I don't remember.
actually.
But considering your governor is probably liberal.
No, like, I don't even know what it is. Based on
It was something like a reevaluate what our budget should
Here, I'm looking at them.
Sorry, I can't. I don't. I looked at these like a long time ago and then I forgot.
And I was like, and he was like, I don't know what.
Oh, and I think Prop 39 is about.
I think he said it. He was like,
For some like interstate businesses, like if I have like a store that goes from like California to Arizona, that can be taxed. Yeah, sure. And then the other part was I'm pretty sure that they're also going to be mandated for clean energy in there, Green Party stuff.
And so if I vote yes on it, then that will be instituted?
I believe so. I'm not entirely sure. I can Google it on the phone or something. Probably.
Green energy.
Tracy, yeah.
Oh yeah, I love it. I'm wondering how the 33
on purpose.
that was not
Just gonna burn it. Doesn't matter.
Your vote doesn't matter. It's an awful election.
Actually, like,
Dr. President just things. I'm absolutely sure. You're not allowed to see. Did you? It's 460. Yeah, 460.
right behind the wall. 10 feet away.
Wow, did you hear that, Jessica?
Mr. Romano.
okay.
God.
I
Said he likes it rough.
So that's,
I call him Fisto Romano.
you know, Prop 37.
He's a multi-fetish choking robot.
The best part? He's learning.
Sorry, we watched a show called Punisher.
It is the most fantastic show.
Oh, no.
Please speak how learned it
I
is.
think it's going to be here. It's like Prop 65.
Like there's that one
We
show.
literally have over 2,000 things, like including wood dust that can cause cancer.
They're starting fourth season this year.
John Benjamin has nothing.
So let's see.
Except there's random.
Let me know if
Like weird obscure roles.
it's like unnecessary.
This is a robot. Rebuild that Zach, using your AP computer science.
My AP computer science,
That's
my
the
mechanics,
algorithm
and my
that makes it
robotics
learn.
skills all together.
I can do that.
Well, you guys are at
Yeah, dude.
I'm Komsky.
App chemistry, bitch.
That was a great movie too.
Fuck you, science.
Bro, are we like? Do we have a covalent bond? No, man. That's for atoms. We're people.
That was like the worst one.
I'm actually ready to go to Thank you very much.
She's like running up to me.
I don't know.
She's a gold.
Oh man, I'm so.
I ain't saying she a gold.
Wow. I'm voting yes on
Get
this.
down. Go ahead.
That's the least.
I was like, which
sounds like
is which is
I just go.
Yeah, we go.
I know that's bad.
Let's go.
No, it's not.
Wait, I haven't vouched.
Except my freedom to say that freedom sucks. I really need
I'm not going to this just because
Ow, blister.
I've been hanging and breathing down everyone's throats as they were voting. Everyone's voting for Mitt Eat it. All right. Yeah, you can give it to me.
All right.
I'll just change it.
That's fine.
So if you had to make one decision on what the most important party to hear from is, what party would you say? These 6 candidates, which of them would you say has the most?
People are voting now. They're voting?
Anthony, you're doing it all wrong.
Show me.
Where's
Did I leave my phone here?
Crazy woman. Maybe she used to be the read like herself.
Oh, so she's that.
There we go.
That's the whole idea. I started. So much. It's all about you. Yeah. I'll do like elegant, beautiful. I personally think. No, it's true. I thought the music video did. That's just what
Where's Monica? Still might be at lunch with them. I don't know how she does that. There's only so much you can talk about. So she didn't spend the whole time. I mean, he talks a lot. So. He does.
Wow, that went over really well. Let's go into Israel. I was going to sit there. You bailed on me. I was waiting in the car. I was. That is no, yeah, I told you I was going to start the car. So I'm going to do and then so I just stayed in there. So I sat there. I was like, you're just walking away. Where is the money? Where is the sugar? Where is the so much. That really doesn't say much.
Have you guys voted?
Yes.
I want to vote. I want to vote. There's Anna's clear on the ballot. Wait, what are we voting for?
Oh,
You guys haven't voted already? We still have one.
Can I get a sticker? Has anyone here seen Harry?
saw at the
What are the debates next month?
I'm going to speak pro on that.
What?
English as the primary language in the United States.
Thank you.
Like, I'm the only one in this, I'm only the only one in this working group that would actually be that like,
it's a really vague topic. I think it's really stupid.
the only changes that would actually be made is that all legal documents would be in English only.
They already are.
No, they're also in Spanish, Chinese, usually Mandarin.
Does it matter?
And Japanese. Yeah, I'm one of the only people at this whole convention without that.
A lot of Asians here.
Yeah, but most of them are immigrants. I agree with Dr.
I'm from Ireland.
Hey, 45% of my school is fobs.
Really? I think my school's becoming that way. I swear, like, China's bought an airplane and dumped all their Asians on here. Like,
I kind of like it though.
really? I can't talk to any of them. Like, I tried making friends, like, because I never had,
Love
like,
is a
Asian
strong
friends
word.
in general until I got to,
I'm not allowed to feel emotions in my
even then, there was, like, 3 people.
Just working switch.
Wait, where do you go?
Orange River. So it's, like,
Okay.
totally white.
Yeah.
And so, once they started coming, I was like, oh, okay, I'll make, like, some Asian friends. So I was like, hi, whatever. And I can't understand a word they're saying, so I'm like, like, for all I know, they could be telling me, like, their dad died, and I'm just like, that's so funny. Like,
Damn. I feel you though.
Yeah.
My school's 70% Asian though. Diamond bar.
Oh, that makes sense.
But it's cool. I'm cool with them. I like
your
them.
agenda.
Kind of rolled
This is your vote.
This school is like 50% Asian.
No, like 80.
But like statistically, it's still 50%. I mean, it feels like 80, but it's 50. If you come to my school, it literally feels like 100%.
That's funny.
There's like nobody like of color.
Really?
Yeah.
Mine first goes like white and black.
Damn.
Everything else.
Snoop Dogg's kids go to my school.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we played your school.
Really?
This looks so awkward.
I don't know how, but Snoop Dogg was at our school. And
Did you play Long Beach Poly? Because they went to Long Beach Poly last year. So they just got. Yeah.
Yeah, they like came to my school and then
Gotta take a
like,
picture now.
people running like track and stuff were like, is that Snoop Dogg?
Yeah,
We
Snoop
all
Dogg
went to take a
just
picture.
chilling.
And
Yeah, I'll second that.
Yeah. It's alright. They
like, you talk to him and all.
Yeah, I talked to them before. They're kind of weird. They have no respect for any women. Like they'll touch any girl's ass at school if they think they don't care. Yeah, and this.
Dad taught him well, I guess.
Yeah, but they're all right. They just think they're the greatest people. Yeah.
Your dad ain't that good, okay? Like he's good, but he ain't that good.
Yeah.
Well, I'm very
Yeah, he's on our debate department. He's like getting all
I like how you have to like make that point.
What about you? Yeah.
What do I do with all these once I'm done? Just throw them out?
I know which one this is sort of, I don't know.
Thank you. You're very welcome. Sir, you need anything else?
No. Okay, I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Are you gonna be in here?
Yeah, I'm just gonna set
Alright, I'm gonna leave my jacket in here. I can trust you. I
Can
trust
you?
you, unlike all those other heathens out there.
Heathens.
Heathens up in there. Ain't no good
got no organizer. Ain't got no organizer.
You good? Are you moderating again?
Yes, I'm moderating.
Oh, Philip, you're debating.
Really?
You know what? I'll need your attitude.
My attitude. Yeah. Is nobody coming to this one? Why do we have a debate? That's so enticing about Corey. Corey.
Don't worry.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. I didn't make a brief for it. So do I automatically leave?
Is this like the only people that
What if you just gonna have to debate me because the other guys are
Yeah,
I'll do it. Are you okay with this amount of people? Or do you want
Are you
me-
Sean? What? Are you Sean?
Sean Flood?
Yeah, our one speaker is. Wait, is it Sean Plus?
I should be Sean.
Okay, hold on. I will find your
I mean,
Sean.
y'all are welcome.
You're not in here.
Something like that, right?
Where's your spot? Is this your jacket right here?
No, that's Grant's.
Grant? Right here?
Yeah.
It's fine. Alright. Are we moving this?
Are you Sean?
Okay, we're just gonna move to the front.
Sorry. I just want to.
It's not Sean Flood, right?
I don't think so. Are you Sean? Are you Sean?
Me.
Me, am I Sean?
Are you?
He's your lieutenant governor.
That is what I am right now. Because you resemble greatly an opponent.
Oh, Sean Flood.
No.
It's not Sean.
But I was gonna say, now I'm a little insulted.
Yeah, let's just slow down.
What's going on? What are we doing right now?
You guys are okay with being on camera, right?
What is this, a dot talk?
What is this for portable Wi-Fi?
Oh no, that's just external hard drive.
Oh, no.
Anybody want to speak? Does anybody maybe, wait, is he not
Grant,
here?
you want to speak?
What's the resolution?
What's the resolution?
It's
The voting age.
voting age. It's a proponency or opponency?
Like voting age should be lowered.
No.
You're against it.
So I'm saying the voting age.
You don't get to. You don't
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I refuse. Like, I don't
Is
know.
he here? Like he didn't sign into it?
I wouldn't know what to say anyway. It's like you're worried I'm gonna say something.
Yeah. Sorry.
These people should get confirmed.
Sean, dear. I haven't seen her.
I'm sure I saw him in here with Anthony McElroy, so I'm sure he will be here.
Which one?
No, Sean,
Let's
that's
wait 5
Not
minutes.
Flood.
It's not Sean Flood.
Oh, it's not. Oh.
No.
No. I would love a debate with Sean Flood.
I will ask him to take some person. Okay, let's wait for her to come back.
Sorry, guys.
All right. What else do we need?
Don't
Wait, so let
shame
me see the exact resolution.
First of all, the voting age should be lowered. Of course, the brief isn't going to give you that information. Oh, see. It's not going to be right. It's completely.
Come on, Grant. Practice safe debate.
Because, I mean, look at the opportunities you can take.
Why is it over here?
Because it is.
Because like it's much easier to do it from up front, and then if they're asking questions, I could direct it at the audience.
You can compete against. Hey, this Boba Straw can debate against him.
Yes, it can. Some way.
Let's lower the voting age. He's not here.
So, do we have somebody to debate for the opponency
Hey,
to
chair.
resolve the voting age to be lowered?
everywhere. Hey,
Somebody, anybody.
No way.
you want me to grab someone?
Yes.
Find somebody,
Lynn, do you want help finding someone?
or else this will not be a successful live stream.
Is it logged in? Can I see?
Yeah. Oh no.
All right, good.
You could do
I
it.
just wanted to wave against the camera.
I do not want to use this one because it's zoomed in way too much. I'll just use the webcam.
I find it hard to believe Are you stepping up?
I will go ahead and
Oh, he's here. We found him. We found him, I think.
Sean?
I got a new speaker because.
Oh, we have
a speaker.
Oh, that box.
Sean, are you Sean?
No.
I just showed up.
Do you want to?
Who wants more?
I'm bored.
You can share. Fight to the death.
Fight to the death.
Rock, paper, scissors. Fight to the death, Tom. Let's take off the jacket.
See, all it took was to take off the jacket.
I insist.
We are debating resolve the voting
Okay,
age should be
in a
lowered
minute.
for the proponents. We have Philip
Fitzgerald, speaking from Osha High School. And then for the con, we have a tag team with Alex Sato from Xavier Prep and Tom Ellier from Servite. And my name is Simran Chada, and I'm from Valencia High School. So let's go ahead and, do we have a timekeeper? Do you know the signals? Okay, perfect. So basically we're just gonna start with opening speeches for 6 minutes from the proponency and the opposition, and then we'll go into subsequent speeches for 3 minutes each. So the chair will now see a 6-minute speech.
I'd like to begin by making a metaphor. Democracy is very much like a pizza. If you are incapable of obtaining the dough, the crust, and the base of democracy, which I will use to symbolize the right to vote as an American citizen. Which I will use to symbolize the right to vote as an American citizen. You cannot have the toppings, the cheese, the amazing sauce, the red peppers, and the onions, which I will use to symbolize the rights to free speech, the rights to freedom of assembly, and the right to a good and strong education as an American citizen. Thank you. Youth are capable of the right to vote. Youth, as American citizens, as human beings, need the right to vote. Youth are capable in that they have an intelligence and a sensibility about them that, while different than those above the age of 18, is altogether unique and apt to make educated decisions on their own. It's interesting, I was reading a poll on youthrights.org, okay, biased source given, but they did an unbiased recent survey that found something in the range of 80% of youth 16 to 18 who were surveyed knew their party's platform, knew that they're a member in the House of Representatives and knew the Vice President of America, whereas a lower 67% of adults 24 to 50 did not, that would make it 33% who did not. And I found it interesting, the disparity between the education, and my proponent, or the opponents will argue that one of the reasons that youth cannot vote is because they are uneducated and apathetic, and where in so many, like look at this here today, not this room, the other room of course, but you guys are passionate about politics, you guys are passionate about what happens in the offices of American government. My second point, and I'll finish with this one, youth need the right to vote. We are taxed as American citizens at the age of 16. We can, with parental approval, we can enter the military at the age of 17, and basically we can be affected by all the decisions the government makes without the ability to vote for who goes into the office to make those decisions. Environmental factors that can significantly change our life, down to the speed of the freeway on which we drive at the age of 16, all affect us in ways that we refuse to acknowledge. And I think it's time now for us to accept that those affected by the laws of America need the right to vote for the laws of America. I yield the rest of my time to questions.
Are there any questions? Okay, then the chair will absorb the remainder of speakers. Okay, chair will now see
Was it just like 2 or 3 people?
At the same time, he suspended the rules.
Okay, 3 minutes speech from the opponency, and then
So the proponency has brought up the point about how the younger generation is definitely more politically aware, but is the younger generation, can they actually comprehend everything that is said by most politicians? Yes, they can be aware of what's happening, they can hear what's coming out of a politician's mouth, they can know the words, they can know the definition, but can they truly comprehend every single thing they're saying? For instance, if we look at the debates that are going on, we notice that the candidates seem to not check their facts very much. Every time they go up, every single one makes some form of mistake.
But does the younger generation really know that? So, we understand that the younger generation can learn and hear the things, but
You could yield to the other speaker.
oh, keep it going.
Okay, so. So many people who. So people under the age of 18 are susceptible to their parents' opinions. If someone's parents believe a certain thing, they might be inclined to believe similar things as well. Phenomena that can be observed at every single high school. A lot of people say they would vote for a certain candidate if they could vote because of their parents. That's generally speaking a bad idea because they vote based on someone else's opinions as opposed to forming their own. While there are many people under the age of 18 who know what they're talking about, there's also an equal amount, if not greater, that don't. So while we're here having political discourse, whether or not this should be lowered or not, there are people who are, I don't even know what they're doing, but yeah. I guess I give my kind of question.
Questions?
Can I speak? So does the trend of voting along with parents' political party lines continue past the age of 18, or is it solely one found trend solely found within those age 16 through 18?
Once you get to the age of 18, you're probably going to move out of your parents' house, and you're probably going to start forming your own opinions more, because you're not going to have kind of constant parental input.
You have any other questions? Okay, the chair will absorb the remainder of the speaker's time. Okay, do we have a subsequent speech from the proponents?
Motion to bring these questions.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Motion passes.
Yay, coffee.
For how long?
What?
Forever.
2 minutes? 2 minutes?
Forever for all time.
Bad, Grant. It's bad. It is funny, but
It's like, dude, that autonomous.
is Courtney Cookman. I go from OSHA, Georgetown High School Arts.
Awesome.
Okay, cool. So, okay, what the prior speaker brought up on the con side is that he brought up the question, are people who are under the age of 18 people understanding what politicians are saying and the political debates that they're being discussed? And as being stated in the Voting Rights Act of 1965, we brought up that people above a sixth grade education were capable of reading and understanding intellectually at that time. Their brain had developed further enough. This is not becoming hi guys, how's it going? They basically stated that by that time you can read and you can write, you can understand and interpret what someone is telling you. And when you go off to college, and when you go off to anywhere, what was said that if you're under the age of 18, you still haven't moved out, is that you're being affected by your parents' opinions and stuff like that. But when you go off to college, you're being influenced by you're being influenced by your professors and all those other people. So you're still being influenced by people in that same way. It's up to your decision as a human being to go out and decide what you want. It's up to you in that environment to go out and seek what you view as truth in your own right, in your own scientific view. So no matter if you're under the age, if you're 16 or if you're 18, it's up for you to decide if you want to be intellectual and seek knowledge in your own right. So being able to say that people under the age of 18 cannot interpret and do not understand that only affected by what their parents say is kind of a fallacy. Because it's up to the individuals with own mind what they seek and willing to what they want to present in their own individual right to do, mean affects what they believe in. So yeah, I think the time to share. Okay, Cheryl, so you're just
Quick question, have we lost our con speakers?
I am replacing them.
You're replacing. Somebody should come and sit up here.
Is it always an orient?
Okay, alright.
This is Paul's the speaker.
The chair will announce the name. Okay, come sit up here.
Yeah, I was just
So, what's your name?
My name is Max Benetz, Z-I-N-E-T-Z. And my school, Canyon Crest Academy.
Okay, the chair will announce the 3 minutes of good speech.
Hi, my name is Max Benetz. I go to Canyon Crest Academy in San Diego, California. This resolution states the voting age should be low. Lower than 18. This would imply that minors have the age to vote. But what determines, the age that they're mentally capable? Is it 13, 14? Is it 16 or 17? It doesn't say that in the resolution. A 13-year-old is not capable of making decisions to a 17-year-old because they simply don't have enough education, they haven't had enough time to form their opinions, and they're overall much more susceptible to manipulation of their parents' ideas. So basically, the minds of the youth are easily manipulated at this time, and they just don't really have the power to, the youth, when they are most susceptible, does not have the authority to make the decisions that will govern the lives of the elderly, those who are more experienced, more knowledgeable, who have had educations, who have professional degrees, who contribute the most to society. So basically, can they comprehend this policy? Do they understand? Well, one of the founding ideals of the Constitution, James Madison brought up, was the fear of dominance of factions, these super self-interest groups. And these super self-interest groups can bribe and manipulate the minds of children. So basically, these minds are easily can potentially be easily manipulated by these factions. And baking young, minors, 16, 13, 14, whatever, giving them the ability to vote could be potentially a political disaster. It could give factions, those who are financially in control, it could give them political power that they don't democratically deserve. So basically, it stems from the idea that the younger generation hasn't, not necessarily mentally developed yet. Are the youth capable of making decisions for the nation? Are they capable of making decisions for those who have professional degrees, who contribute to society, who have fought in the military, who have earned Social Security? Do they have that power? For those who believe that the youth are not capable of this power and they haven't developed further enough, I strongly urge you to negate this resolution. Thank you.
The chair will start the mayor's speaker's time. Do we have a subsequent speech to the proponents?
My name is Zach Watson, Burroughs High School.
So to simply answer the last speaker's question, I do believe, yes, we do have that right as citizens in this nation to have the right to vote, have the right to speak our mind. Because these laws that the government is passing does ultimately affect us as well. They start taxing us at 16, like the main speaker said, but technically they've been taxing us since we were child. We've been paying sales taxes on everything we buy. The state sets a sales tax and we pay for it. Why can't we have the right to vote? My personal experience, my family comes from a background that knows literally nothing about politics. The last presidential debate was the first time I've ever witnessed my parents watch an election debate, and that was because I wanted to watch it. My mom just registered to vote 2 weeks ago for the first time in her life. She doesn't know anything. She asked me what these propositions are about and how should, what each side, so she can form her opinion. So if parents are coming to us as kids, as the next generation of voters, why shouldn't the age be lowered enough to where we can speak? We have the right to speak our mind as citizens in this nation. I have questions if I have time.
Okay, how much time left? Okay, is there any questions for the speaker? Okay, the chair will so the meeting is okay, take up the substitute each for the opposite. Oh. Alright. The chair will now see a 3-minute substitute speech for the opponent.
Hi guys, I'm Anna Wynn from Valencia High School, and I'm arguing for the opponency of this resolution. My former speaker of the opponency stated that young teens do not have enough information, aren't capable of understanding enough to vote. And I just took PSATs yesterday, and there was an article that talked about how kids through age attain the capability to understand rhetorical information as they grow older. And I believe this is true. And if young people were allowed to vote, they would be more susceptible to, of course, attack male bias information, and they wouldn't have enough experience to differentiate what is real and what is unreal. They don't have enough exposure to the real world to understand the information being given in these political debates because they haven't lived out in the real world. They haven't had jobs or things such as older people. And I think that's my main point, and I'll use my time to question.
So you're saying that, let's say, what age, if we were to lower it, what age, like 16? We would lower it to say 16?
So 16-year-olds.
Yeah, because 15-and-a-half-year-olds and older can't get a job, which means they can live in the real world. So, or they have witnessed the real world on their own. So why can't they be able to say what affects them ultimately? Prop 32. I work for Rouse. It's union. That prop affects me as a union member tremendously. So why can't I vote for my opinion on that prop that will ultimately affect me and my job?
Yeah, I think it's a thing of the mass. I know there's a lot of people who work, but I don't think there are enough that if they voted, it would be a good thing for the country. I mean, there is a small percentage that does work at a young age, and it's like a great thing because you know a lot about what's going on and you want the right to vote. But on the whole, the country as a whole, I don't think there's enough of that population to make it a beneficial thing for the country.
Do we have any additional questions? No? The chair will throw the radio speakers. Do we have a subsequent speech for the proponency? No? Do we have a motion to previous question?
Motion previous question. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, motion passes. So the chair will now see a 3-minute concluded speech from the opposition.
As of right now, 16 16, you get to drive. 17, you get to watch an R-rated movie. And at 18, you get the right to vote. It's sort of a sequential kind, and it should be maintained as such. People don't mature until their early 20s. They're at 18, 16, 17, and maybe even 18. Your prefrontal cortex is not fully developed. You do not have the same level of reason as someone that is 25 or older. As such, you're pretty susceptible to different things such as tapping out and stuff like that. We don't really want kids deciding things that will affect adults as well. You don't want someone that's 16 deciding what the elderly get, do you? Like when you're 65, do you want your grandchildren to be deciding what your fate is?
As my colleague said, at age, until about, the age of adulthood, at like 25, your brain's not completely done developing, and your skills of logic and perception are hindered. And on a political scale, this can be actually severe. Maybe teens can work, and maybe they can drive. But in addition, we have to also take into consideration, there's a fact out there. This fact is that the age group with the most accidents, car accidents, is teenagers. This represents their impulse, and like teenagers, the youth are very impulsive voters and can potentially, end in a disastrous situation for the nation. This is also from youthrights.org, which my colleague also cited. It says, that the youth has been paying taxes through sales tax, and 80% of high school kids have had a job by the end of high school. But this fact that the youth, from any age, let's say 6 to 17 years old, pays taxes, does not deem them the constitutional right to make decisions over those who've existed and contributed and survived in this nation as long as they have. So for those who believe that they don't have this right and authority, I urge you strongly to give this resolution. Thank you. For questions, can I just give time?
No questions.
Oh, yeah, it's rebuttal.
Thank you very much. It's interesting. I hear these arguments like they've paid sales tax, but they haven't had the same experience that that older people have, or they are easily manipulated by the forces that be and the corporations that are going to impact the elections, and that these are only problems that affect the youth because they are so susceptible to these means, and that the family around you or that the environment you live in is going to dictate to such an extent that we can't allow it the way that you vote. And I've heard all these before somewhere. You know what? It was during the women's suffrage movement. That's when it was. When people told women that they couldn't vote because they were going to vote the same way that their husband was, that they were going to be unduly impacted by his political views. And that's a logical fallacy. Because of our private voting system, where you walk into the voting box and you put your ballot in there yourself, marking it all in privacy, it is next to impossible for someone to control, beyond a doubt, the way that you vote. Beyond that, the opponents brought up a good fact, one that I don't think some of the previous speakers recognize, that 80% of high schoolers work before graduation. That's between the age of 16 and 18 when you're allowed to get a job and you graduate high school and are currently given the right to vote. And they pay, children in general pay $9.6 billion a year in sales tax. So if you thought that sales tax was just something that, it doesn't really matter, it's a tax for everyone, and we should just leave the right to vote at 18 because, they'll be able to decide on that then. It's taxation without representation, and so we are constitutionally deserving of that vote at the age of 16, at the age of 14. I would go so far as at the age of 12. But within reason, I am going to put the age that I am purporting at the age of 16 because that's when we are capable of getting a job, capable of being taxed for income, and capable of getting married in some states. There are so many factors that the government controls that we are unable to have a say in at our age. I think it unreasonable, and I think absolutely wrong. Maybe that's just me. So I would urge you to put the pizza in the oven and vote this resolution through.
Okay, let's go ahead and vote on the resolution. Again, it is resolved the voting age should be lowered. All those in favor, please stand.
All those in flavor. Oh, come on, people. Pizza.
So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. And all those opposed, please stand. Where would these substitutes be? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then abstentions. Okay. So 5 to 7 to 0, this resolution fails. Okay. Can we just do best speaker ballots really quick before we head out?
Should we have the name?
Oh, sorry, yes, that's all. So if you spoke, can you please come and stand up here and announce your name real quick? Sign out.
Oh. I thought she was making this.
My name is Anna.
You have a pen?
I'm from Valencia High School.
Hi, my name is Coco, and I'm from Orange High School of Arts.
My name is Zach Watson. I'm from Burroughs High School.
Hi, I'm Max Vanette. I'm from Canyon Crest Academy.
I'm Alex from
Oh, and I'm Philip Giral from Orange County School of the Arts.
Yeah, and that's the
Vice presidents be elected separate. Can we appoint a time? Alright, you know all the symbols? Okay, great. So first for a 6-minute proponency speech, we have Young Choi from Santiago High School.
Cool, thanks. Okay, so to start off the speech, I'd like to start off with a little story about Senator John McCain and his vice presidential candidate, Palin. Okay. See, the thing was that McCain was, relatively speaking, a decent presidential candidate. Most people, didn't have any negative feelings for him. He served in war. He had relatively moderate policies. He seemed like a good presidential choice. You know why? One of the major reasons he lost the 2008 election was because of Sarah Palin. Sarah Palin is an extreme conservative. There is no moderation. There is no bipartisan in her. She was like Tea Party status, and America just did not want that. So what I'm trying to get at here is that you can have a great potential president, but if your vice presidential candidate is just atrocious, you're not going to want to vote for that president. And that was the core reason why Palin was such a detriment to McCain's campaign. So the thing is that currently, especially you can see this now, the vice presidential candidates are usually just a way to get more votes. In McCain's case, to get the more extreme conservative votes. Romney has Romney has, I think, Congressman, wow, my mind is blanking. Ryan. Congressman Ryan, sorry. Romney has Congressman Ryan, who, while as a conservative, has garnered a lot of libertarian votes. The VP isn't being chosen anymore on behalf of, who is best for the country. It's being chosen based on who's going to get me the most votes. Now, the thing is that the vice president leads the Senate, and the Senate is one of the two legislative bodies. And the legislative bodies are the actual branch of government that passes bills and acts, the actual policymakers of America. And the idea that our leader of Senate is just being chosen as a tag-along to the elected branch is terrible. And here's the thing. The great thing about being able to choose a vice president and a president separately is that a vice presidential, you can have a bipartisan executive branch right now, which is impossible right now. The current system does not allow for a bipartisan executive branch. But under a system where the vice president would be elected separately, you could have a conservative president and a liberal vice president, or vice versa. You can choose, allow for moderation. You can force, two people to work together, the president and the vice president, to come to a compromise in regards to their policy. And that is all what America was about. Even the Constitution was written based on compromise. And this allows the voters to show their will to the executive branch and say, we do want compromise. We do want bipartisan policies. We don't want extremists anymore. And with that, I'd like to yield my time to questions.
Do we have any questions? Yes.
You stated that Sarah Palin was responsible for McCain's loss in that election, but isn't McCain appointed to choose her? So who's responsible for that?
First off, I said she was partly responsible, and regardless of the fact that McCain made a poor campaign choice, it shows that how much sway the vice presidential candidate can have in an election, and that does lead to a lot of bad things because our vice presidential candidate is no longer being chosen for his ability to fill in the president's shoes when necessary. He or she is not being chosen for his or her ability to lead Senate. He or she is being chosen as a vote, a way to garner votes.
Do we have any more questions?
You stated that you stated how Palin and Ryan are going to be were put in for head of Senate. Do you think Joe Biden's doing that too? Was used for that same reason?
I think Joe Biden and Obama are sufficiently similar in their views in that one cannot really, to a large extent, affect the other. So I think, but either way, Biden leads Senate. So.
Do you have any more questions? Yes.
Wouldn't it be an issue that if the vice president is, say, more popular than the actual president himself, then why would he have to stick with the vice presidency?
Yes, because the vice president and the president fulfill different roles. The vice president, like I said, leads Senate. The president mostly deals with international affairs, foreign affairs. So to say that, just because the vice president is more popular than the president That was never the intention of the founding fathers. They never intended for the masses to completely control the executive branch. That's why that's one of the reasons why we had the electoral college system, and that's one of the reasons why having a separately elected VP is still a good idea.
Alright, any more questions? Alright, seeing as there's no more questions, we'll go to the time. Thank you. And I will now recognize a 6-minute speech, calm speech from Tim Duncan from Newport Harbor.
Hello everyone. I'd like to start off today by defining the position of Vice President. Vice President, together elected with the President, is in charge, serves as a proxy to the President when necessary, as well as being in charge of the Senate as described by the Constitution. Let me emphasize there that they are a proxy for the President. If the VP was to be elected at the same time, or elected separately, they wouldn't be so much a president, or a vice president, as much as a co-president. By this I mean, you'd be redefining the term as a whole due to the fact that you'd be voting for them for different reasons than you would be the president. On a more important level, however, if you were to vote for the two positions separately, very few people would take into consideration the fact there may be issues between the two. For example, not only on a political level, but also possibly on a personal level. Now, one could make the argument that because the vice president is, for the most part, a powerless position, yet that it wouldn't matter. Yet if something were to happen where the vice president would need to take the place of the president, the last thing that would be needed is a diversion from the previous way of rule by the president. In other words, it would make no sense to have someone stepping in for the president if the president did not trust his proxy. I'd like to end by summing up with my point that it's useless for a vice president to have a vice president if their view does not match that of the president. Thank you. I'd like to yield the rest of my time to questions.
How many questions? Alright, do you have any questions? Cindy, you have a question? You have a question? Yes, question.
Well, it seems as though, like, one of your main concerns about this is that the vice president and the president would have differing points of views on things.
Yes.
Why would that be bad if we want a bipartisan nation?
Well, I mean, I'm saying they're most likely, if the majority is going to vote for a Democrat, let's say, then they're most likely going to go for a Democrat vice president or president as well. But if they conflict in any way, it's not going to be as successful if they get along better, like if the president chooses the vice president himself.
Yeah. Okay. Considering you said that the idea that if the president doesn't trust his proxy, that's going to be inefficient. But what if the president were to be impeached? Naturally, like for example, in Nixon's case, the vice president would have been closely involved with the president. So if any sort of scandal were to lead to an impeachment, wouldn't you want someone who is separately elected rather than the president's ally?
Well, that is a good point, but how do I put this? They're not. Well, of course, Richard Nixon was a rare case, but, well, not necessarily. But you still want a similar way of rule to not offthrow everything.
More questions?
Yeah. If the voters were to choose like a liberal president, a conservative vice president, where the views clash, for example, wouldn't that just be a display of the voters' will in terms of how they want the government to be run?
I would disagree with that because it just doesn't seem like how do I put this? Like I was saying, you don't want the two disagreeing with each other.
Any more questions? All right, seeing as there's no more questions, the chair will absorb the rest of the time. Thank you. Do we have any subsequents for the proponents? Come on, you guys. Wait, is there anyone who would go for the opponents if we did it? Okay. So motion to suspend the rules. Anyone?
Motion to suspend the rules.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Motion passes. Do we have any? Do you have notes? Well, I saw him raise his hand first, so next time. Go ahead.
Yeah, so my name is Michael Gabriel. I'm a senior at Santiago High School. And I really want to look back into the history of our nation to kind of understand the reasons of why we have a vice president in the first place. All right, so let's take in mind, all right? I mean, I know we're a highly intellectual group of students, and, you know, we do care about our nation. But our founding fathers weren't, you know, they weren't uneducated either. So let's look at this, the roles of a vice president. The vice president's role is to carry out the plan of the president when he is not able to do so. So let's say he's deceased, then the president obviously can't carry out the mission that he had in mind. So the vice president, he has the same, you know, he had the same viewpoint, he had the same goals as the president himself. Otherwise, the president, in doing so, picking him as vice president, then the vice president knows what he needs to do to carry out that plan. You see, if we elect them separately, let's say we do have, you know, a different party as a vice president than the actual president. Let's say the president was a Democrat, and then the separately elected candidate was a Republican. Well, the Republican would have a completely different plan set in mind. So therefore, it's not efficient. We have two separate goals, two separate mindsets. So it's obviously inefficient, as you can see, when we have two different viewpoints. That's why it's effective that a president picks somebody that he agrees with and knows that if he can't do what he needs to, that person can. So when Dion brought up that people are starting to elect VPs just for a vote ballot. Well, the thing is, if you're going to vote for that VP in the first place, you agree with them. So if it's getting the same job done in one election, then what's the problem with that? If they vote somebody in and you're like, okay, well, I like the VP and the president, so I might as well vote for them. If they vote somebody just, if the president picks a vice president just because they have a good reputation, or, you know, that he's sociable, people like them, well, the thing is, people like them for a reason. You know, is this person going to do what I need him to as a president? Or is it just, you know, for the hype as a, you know, vice president? And we saw that play out when McCain picked Palin. You know, he wanted somebody just as diverse to compete with the diverse election that Obama had won. So, you know, and that fell through. Obviously, we could see that McCain, in fact, did not have a very stable, you know, ballot once he, you know, brought Palin in. So, you know, odds are, when it plays out, we're going to see the effects of how people play, you know, these different games in the election. If people aren't really bringing their VPs in to benefit the country, so.
Oh, you
That was
yeah.
it. No, it was over. So.
Oh, or you just have more to say?
I would just yield to questions.
Is there a motion?
Should I?
Motion to extend the speaker's time for 30 seconds.
30 seconds?
30 seconds.
30 seconds. Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, motion passes. Are there any questions? Yes.
Going off of what one of your earlier points were at the beginning of what you were saying, you were talking about how it wouldn't be right for like the president and the vice president to have opposing viewpoints because they would be clashing all the time. Would you also be in favor of having an entire House of Representatives that agree with everything the president said?
Well, no. Okay, bipartisanship, I'm totally for, but the fact is that in a 4-year term, just like you see Obama struggling to do what he needs to accomplish as much as you can in that term, you want somebody with similar viewpoints, which is why it's more effective to have a VP with the president in the ballot the first time.
Thank you. And time is lapsed. Since this is kind of like a slower debate, from now on, if we're going to extend a motion, let's do at least a minute. Okay. Do we have any subsequent to the proponency? All right. Do we have a motion? Oh, you have a subsequent proponency? Let's go.
Oh, yeah.
devil's advocate here, so bear with me if I lose my train of thought halfway through. Okay, so basically, the chances that, so if we do elect vice president separately, I believe that they should be elected at the same time, not separately like we elect Senate or House of Representatives, because this would minimize the possibility that they would be of different parties. And if we elect both of them at the same time, I for one feel that it would be rare that they would be elected of separate parties, just because generally when we have elections, candidates are appealing to kind of a centrist party that kind of swings as a block, kind of left or right, and they vote for that president. You know, very rare is the election so close that you're like, oh, it could have gone either way. So I find it rare that it would be a different, like, you know, of different parties. And even if it was, I think that's a fantastic representation of what the American public wants. Because suppose you vote, you have a kind of a radical Republican and a radical Democrat. They kind of even out each other, and that help us have more moderate policies that appeal to both parties, perhaps for the betterment of this nation. And so right now, I think our system is bad because the vice president in his position currently, as said by the proponency, has no power. He's kind of just a puppet, and I don't think that's what he was put in place to do in the first place. I think he was put in place to make, or he or she, sorry. I think they were put in place to kind of help the president make decisions, you know, even out their policies. But right now, as the proponency stated, they're kind of doing nothing. And if you guys know, when the Constitution was first drafted, the vice president and president were supposed to be elected separately. It was actually the runner-up that would be placed in the vice president's spot. But I don't think this is right because the runner-up is probably going to be completely against the policies. But if we do elect them separately, that might be a good way to kind of have moderation or kind of a great representation of what the American public wants. So I yield my time to questions.
Are there any questions?
Over here.
Oh, yes.
Okay, you talked about like how if the president was voted as a Democrat, then the public would probably vote the vice president, the Democratic candidate too. But don't you think that the people who really decide the election are the independents, that small percentage that really sways the vote, so that it is possible that many times it could go either way?
Yeah, no, I definitely think that it could go either way, and I think, as I said, that the centrist party kind of moves as a block, and they both vote for the same person or not, and then once again, if they did vote for the same person, you know, it's for the betterment of the nation, as I said.
Yes.
Since a vice president doesn't really have that much power unless the president dies or something happens, then what would a vice president run? Like, what would he say he's running, like all his ideas are when he's running, because aside from just his political leaning.
Is there a motion really quickly? This time just lapse.
Motion.
Is totally stand by 1 minute. Second.
Second.
Oh, sorry. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? All right.
Oh, are you done?
Yeah.
Okay. So wait, can you?
So like, what would the vice president run, saying like his platform or his like ideas, since he doesn't really have the power? So it wouldn't really be anything more than just his party, like Democrat or Republican.
Well, I mean, the vice president does preside over the Senate, so they do have a little bit of power there, kind of, you know, regulating decisions and things like that. So I think that's a really good way they could say, like, oh, I'm going to run the Senate in this way to make it better, because I think we can all agree that the way that our House of Reps and Senate are run right now, sometimes, like, we vote the opposite party in, and all of a sudden, like, no legislation is being passed. In addition, they could say that, I don't know, that they're going to help the president kind of, like, moderate out his opinions. I feel like I'm repeating myself, but yeah.
Do you have a yes or no question?
It's not a yes or no.
Yes.
So we're talking about the radical Republican and like radical Democrat. Do you feel like being compromised, since right now we have a bunch of Republicans in the House of Representatives and Senate, and we have a Democratic president, but we get nothing done?
Yes.
Somewhat.
Alright, so subsequent speakers for the upvote. Yes. Joe, what's your last name?
Lee. I'm Joe and I go to El Dorado High School. I believe that there should not be a separation of presidential elections and vice presidential elections, because traditionally it is going to be a partnership for the party, and there would not be a point of having a separate election if the voters would vote for the same parties. For example, the president would be Democratic and the vice president would be Republican. And also, if we do go for a separate election, then there might not be, after they are matched and after the election is over and the vice president and president is chosen, there might not be a similarity between the vice president's views and the president's views. Therefore, there might be problems, even in the same party, because there are some Republicans who do not completely and absolutely agree with each other. Also, we would also continue that partnership of the presidency and the vice presidency. And therefore, if we leave the election separate, then we kind of raise the power of presidency, and it would not have, one person cannot have all the power and may not be accountable because the president will need to somehow rely on the vice president's views because they would have to have the same similarities, and therefore the vice president would support the president with the same views. And therefore, I believe that maybe the campaign should they should fix the problems in the campaign rather than fix the election so that the president and the vice president will have separate ones. And I yield my time for questions.
Wait, how much time is left? Okay, yes.
Do you think with presidential elections being so hectic that there's actually time for a separate, vice president election?
There will not be enough time for separate because that will actually, it'll make more sense to have the president and vice president already chosen because it will facilitate even that process of enough people now already just choosing that. Yes. Okay. Yes.
Would you be an advocate of perhaps having elections done for vice president, like within a party, like they elect them rather than the president just
The party electing instead of the president choosing? As long as it complies with the president's views of politics. So the vice president and the president will have some sort of acquaintance or in their views.
Yes.
Do you believe that in a scenario where they do run separately, that while they get elected separately, that they'll run separately too, like they won't campaign together, that the vice presidential campaign would be separate?
Do you have a motion?
Motion.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Can you please repeat the question? I just forgot.
So do you think that the vice presidential candidates would run separately from their own parties, like candidate?
I believe that will fix the issue of the campaigning because then the president wouldn't. Wait, I'm so sorry. Please, one more time.
Okay, so
vice president and.
So how it works now is the person running for president chooses who he wants to run with him. Do you think that people will just come out and say, I want to run for vice president now and campaign separately?
Yes. Okay, I believe that it will fix the campaign problem because then the president won't have to choose him, and that will fix the problem of people going, the president is only using the vice president for the campaign.
All right, so there's barely any time left. The chair will absorb the rest of the time. Do we have any subsequent proposed speakers? Would anyone be willing to do calling and suspend the rules?
Motion to reduce question.
A motion?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? So the chair will now recognize that 3-minute speech, the closing speech from the applicants.
Well, I'd like to begin by stating when you're voting for a president, you're voting for a team. So clearly only the president would know what's best for him. And a bipartisan team is going to be more efficient than a team made up of only one party. So it wouldn't make sense. I mean, obviously, like you watch, I'm assuming most of you here watch presidential debates. They clearly don't get along with each other on most issues. So if they're working together as a team running the country, it would make no sense, and well, it'd obviously be a lot less efficient than a single party team. And another major point is only the president really knows what's best for himself. So even us, I forgot who said it, but someone was saying, what was it? That, sorry, even people of the same party can disagree. So even if a vice president is elected separately that is of the same party, they aren't necessarily going to get along. I'd like to yield the rest of my time to Chair.
All right, thank you. All right, the chair will now hear 3 minutes each from the opponents.
Now, the opponents just stated that somehow if the vice president and the president were somehow to disagree in their political views, that there would be personal issues. But I don't know about you, but I personally want a grown-up in office. Someone who can deal with someone who doesn't agree with their views and still get along and do their job. And see, that's the thing. The best things that ever happened in our nation were usually compromises. Our bicameral legislature, a result of compromise. In fact, within Congress, there are only 2 bills passed, and one of them was the probationary amnesty bill. Now, the thing about the probationary amnesty bill is that I am the biggest liberal at my school. Like, I'm a socialist. I am on the absolute leftist of the spectrum. And I met with the quasi-anarchist in my school. He was the biggest conservative I have ever known, and one of my good friends, grown-ups, remember? And we decided to make a bill together. It was one of the only 2 bills that passed in Congress. Do you know why? Because we were able to realize that there are 2 different views, but if we moderate between the 2 and we find something that works for both sides, that's what's best for the nation. And that's what I want in my executive branch. That's what I want in my legislature. That's why I want 2 parties in my legislature. It doesn't mean that if they disagree, they should be able to work past their differences, or they're not worthy of office in the first place. The vice president's role he only has 2 roles. The first is to lead Senate, which is a good thing because the House of Representatives has a speaker, and now we have a Senate. We can elect our Senate. If we can elect the leader of our Senate, I think that's a good thing because the leader has a certain level of influence. And the second thing is that if necessary, the vice president will take the role of the president when necessary. And what that means is that in the case of, say, an impeachment, like, we have some crazy Richard Nixon going on, and we're like, we don't want you no more, and we impeach him, then we still have someone who wasn't necessarily associated with him, someone who we know we can trust, left in office to take over the position. If our president becomes incapacitated, it means that maybe we might have, if our president is doing a terrible job, which is unfortunately not a good reason to impeach somebody, and he gets incapacitated, it means we have someone left over who can do the job well, who can take the other side, who can moderate, and it's all about moderation. That is what America is. Our whole Constitution is based on compromises, and it's time that we make sure that our executive branch follows that trend. Thank you.
Okay, so the resolution reads that resolved vice presidents be elected separately. Please stand if you are in favor of this resolution. Thank you. And please stand if you are against the resolution. And any abstentions? So the resolution fails 7 to 12 to 2. Yeah, let's got best speaker ballots now. Oh, yeah, clap.
Can I help you pass them out?
And we're kind of ended early, I'm supposed to not let you guys leave until the thing ends, but we're going to come back here anyways. There's really no point to leave, so just try to stay around here. We can do a little activity if you guys want. Yeah. Oh, can we have all the speakers who spoke today come back to the front so they can announce their names? Okay.
Someone took my pen?
Okay, so go ahead.
I'm Doug Choi from Santiago High School.
I'm Bill Lee from El Dorado High School. I'm Tim Dalkin from Newport Harbor High School.
I'm Simran Chada from Valencia High School.
I'm Michael Gabriel from Santiago High School.
All right, thank you. All you guys did great. So did everyone get a ballot? Okay.
by saying thank you so much for taking the time out of your schedules to come and spend your Sunday afternoon and morning with us. It is much appreciated. I hope you guys really enjoyed yourself and learned a little bit more about the presidential election, and that way you can go out and be educated people. So, I would just like to start off with our mock election results. So, if we were voting in this election, Barack Obama would be president. Dianne Feinstein was elected as senator. Prop 30, temporary taxes to fund education, guaranteed local public safety funding, passed with a higher percentage than 38. 31, state budget and state local government, passed. Prop 32, political contributions by payroll deduction, contributions to candidates, failed. Prop 33, auto insurance companies, prices based on driver's history of insurance coverage, failed. Prop 34, death penalty, passed. Prop 35, human trafficking penalties, passed. Prop 36, 3 strikes law, repeat felony offenders and penalties, passed. Prop 37, genetically engineered food labeling, passed. Prop 38, tax fund education and early childhood programs, passed. Prop 39, tax treatment for multi-state businesses, clean energy and energy efficiency funding, passed. Prop 40, redistricting state senate districts, failed. And as I mentioned earlier, Prop 30 versus Prop 38, Prop 30 passed with a higher percentage rate, therefore that will be the enacted legislation.
Is that how it's going to work?
Yes. So they're contradicting propositions, so whichever one passes with the higher approval rate is the new legislation. Okay, and now we are going to read best speaker results and debate results.
Okay.
So I'd like to call it Sean.
Thank you very much. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Sean Flood, Record Debate. All right, so block 2. It was resolved, wealthy people in America should be taxed more than the average citizen. It failed 1928-2. Best speaker, Kevin Gill. It should be a lot more awesome if Kevin Gill was here.
Who goes to school? Yeah.
Okay. Resolved, the Electoral College should be abolished. It failed. 7-13-0. Best speaker, Matt Cohen.
I'm so excited.
Resolved, the voting age should be lowered. It failed. 5-7-0. Best speaker, Matt Vanetz. Come on, Monica, get your head again. Resolved, the U.S. should make English our official language. Passed. 24-21-0. Best speaker, Kevin Gill. Fire, man. Yeah. Resolved, vice presidents be elected separately. Failed. 7-12-2. Best speaker, Simran Chadha. Resolved, the United States should abolish the two-party system. Failed. 17-23-8. Best speaker, Sean Flood from San Diego. I have to say though, that guy gave a pretty great speech. It really moved me.
Take away. Okay, now I would like to call up Ian Hewitt to speak about voter registration.
Okay, so is there anyone
here who is 18 or will be 18 by November 4th and has not registered to vote? Please
Raise your hand if you're 18.
Raise your hand if you're 18. Let's do it this way.
Have you registered to vote yet?
Yes, I have.
Are you going to be 18 by the time November 4th? Anybody? 6. Sorry.
6, by the way.
All right, then. Have a good day.
Okay, so as I was saying earlier, I'd really just like to thank you all for coming. It is much appreciated. I really hope you enjoyed it. If you have any questions, comments, or concerns, I would love to hear your feedback. My email is mberry@socal.jsa.org. Feel free to email me anything you like, dislike, anything you want to see in the future. I look forward to hearing from you all. Is there a motion on the floor?
Real quick, guys, same thing she just said. You probably know by now, I'm the director of debate. And if you have any advice at all, you can just reach me on Facebook. I check all my messages because it's kind of a normal thing to do. And does anyone just not check their messages? But anyways, if you have any advice, concerns, you just want to tell me that my debate topics are terrible and I should be fired, I'll listen. I've got nothing else to do. I really don't. So yeah, just contact me, Sean Flood like a lot of water on Facebook.
Okay, and then one last thing I want to say before you all leave. On Facebook, there is a Southern Empire Region group, and that's every Thursday. One of the things you do is have Thoughtful Thursdays where we post, controversial issues. You just can kind of, go and see, the current events of the world and the happenings of politics on there. Just kind of discuss it with local teenagers over Facebook, and it's always an interesting little snippet from the week. So please go on Facebook and JSA, Southern Empire Region. You have to request to join a group, and everybody's approved, so yay for you guys. And feel free to add me on Facebook, or email me, or call me, or what have it. I will respond as quickly as possible. So, motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Okay, all in favor? Have a good night.